land us all in prison because the moment you walk into the hospital, the police will arrest you and they'll know we're in Chicago, and I can't let that happen." She felt her mouth gape open. "I'll only give you this one chance. You have to choose right here, right now. Him or me." Jane felt the room shift. This couldn't be happening. He looked at her coldly, as if she was a specimen under glass. "You must have known it would come to this, Jane. You're naive, but you're not stupid." Nick waited a moment. "Choose." She had to rest her hand on the sink so she wouldn't slide to the floor. "He's your best friend." Her voice was no more than a whisper. "He's my brother." "I need your decision." Jane heard a high-pitched sound in her ears, as if her skull had been struck by a tuning fork. She didn't know what was happening. Panic made her words brim with fear. "Are you leaving me? Breaking up with me?" "I said me or him. It's your choice, not mine." "Nick, I can't—" She didn't know how to finish the sentence. Was this a test? Was he doing what he always did, gauging her loyalty? "I love you." "Then choose me." You know you're everything to me. I've given up." She held out her arms, indicating the world, because there was nothing left that she had not abandoned for him. Her father, Jasper, her life, her music. "Please don't make me choose. He's dying." Nick stared at her, icy cold. Jane felt a wail coming out of her mouth. She knew how Nick looked when he was finished with a person. 6 years of her life. Her heart, her love, was evaporating in front of her eyes. How could he so easily throw it all away? "Nicky, please." "Andrew's impending death should make your choice easy. A few more hours with a dying man, or the rest of your life with me." He waited. "Choose." "Nick!" Another sob cut her off. She felt like she was dying. He couldn't leave her. Not now. "It's not just a few more hours. It's hours of terror, or—" Jane couldn't think about what Andrew would go through if he was abandoned. "You can't mean this. I know you're just testing me. I love you. Of course I love you. I told you I'm with you." Nick reached for the door. "Please!" Jane grabbed him by the front of his shirt. He turned away his head when she tried to kiss him. Jane pressed her face to his chest. She was crying so hard that she could barely speak. "Please, Nicky, please don't make me choose. You know that I can't live without you. I'm nothing without you, please." "Then you'll go with me." She looked up at him. She had cried so hard for so long that her eyelids felt like barbed wire. "I need you to say it, Jane. I need to hear your choice." "I can't." She stuttered out the word. "Nick, I can't." "You can't choose?" "No." The realization almost stopped her heart. "I can't leave him." Nick's face gave nothing away. Jane could barely swallow. Her mouth had gone dry. She was terrified, but she knew that what she was doing was right. "I will not let my brother die alone." "All right." Nick reached for the door again, but then something changed his mind. For just a moment, she thought that he was going to tell her it was okay. But he didn't. His hand shot out. He shoved Jane across the room. Her head whipped back, broke the glass out of the window. She was dumbstruck. She felt the back of her head, expecting to find blood. "Why did—" Nick punched her in the stomach. Jane collapsed to her knees. Bile erupted from her mouth. She tasted blood. Her stomach spasmed so hard that she doubled over, her forehead touching the floor. Nick grabbed her hair, jerked her head back up. He was kneeling in front of her. "What did you think would happen after we did this, Janie? That we would run off to a little flat in Switzerland and raise our baby?" "The baby." "Look at me." His fingers wrapped around her neck. He shook her like a doll. "Were you stupid enough to think I'd let you keep it? That I'd turn into some fat old man who reads the Sunday paper while you did the dishes and we talked about Junior's class project?" Jane couldn't breathe. Her fingernails dug into his wrists. He was choking her. "Don't you understand that I know everything about you, Jinx? We've never been whole people. We only make sense when we're together." He tightened his grip with both hands. "Nothing can come between us. Not a whining baby, not your dying brother, nothing. Do you hear me?" She clawed at him, desperate for air. He banged her head against the wall. "I'll kill you before I let you leave me." He looked her in the eye, and Jane knew that this time, Nick was telling the truth. "You belong to me, Jinx Queller. If you ever try to leave me, I will scorch the earth to get you back. Do you understand?" He shook her again. "Do you?" His hands were too tight. Jane felt a darkness edging around her vision. Her lungs shuddered. Her tongue would not stay inside of her mouth. "Look at me." Nick's face was glowing with sweat. His eyes were on fire. He was smiling his usual self-satisfied grin. "How does it feel to suffocate, darling? Is it everything you imagined?" Her eyelids started to flutter. For the first time in days, Jane's vision was clear. There were no more tears left. Nick had taken them away, just like he had taken everything else. August 26th, 2018. 13. Andy sat at a booth in the back of a McDonald's outside of Big Rock, Illinois. She had been so happy to be out of Mike's truck after 2.5 monotonous days of driving that she'd treated herself to a milkshake. Worrying about her cholesterol and lack of exercise was a problem for future Andy. Present Andy had enough problems already. She was no longer an amoeba, but there were some obsessive tendencies that she had to accept were baked into her DNA. She had spent the first day of the trip freaking out over all of the mistakes she had made and was probably still making. That she had never checked the cooler in the Reliant for a GPS tracker, that she had left the unregistered revolver in the glove box for Mike to find, that she had possibly broken his testicles and actually stolen his wallet, and was committing a felony by taking a stolen vehicle across multiple state lines. This was the really important one. Had Mike heard Paula tell Andy to look for Clara Bellamy in Illinois? Or had he been too concerned that his nuts were imploding? Future Andy would find out eventually. She chewed the straw on her milkshake. She watched the screensaver bounce around the laptop screen. She would have to save her neuroses about Mike for when she was trying to fall asleep and needed something to torment herself over. For now, she had to figure out what the hell had landed Paula Kunda in prison for 20 years and why she so clearly held a grudge against Laura. Andy had so far been stymied in her computer searches. 3 nights spent in 3 different motels with the laptop propped open on her belly had resulted in nothing more than an angry red rectangle of skin on her stomach. The easiest route to finding shit on people was always Facebook. The night Andy had left Austin, she'd created a fake account in the name of Stefan Salvatore and used the Texas Longhorns logo as her profile photo. Unsurprisingly, Paula Kunda was not on the social media site. ProfRatings.com let Andy use her Facebook credentials to log in as a user. She went onto Paula's review page with its cumulative half-star rating. She sent dozens of private messages to Paula's most vocal critics, the texts all saying the same thing. "Dude, Kunda in federal pen? 20 years? Must have deets. Bitch won't change my grade. Andy hadn't heard back much more than, fuck that fucking bitch, I hope you kill her. But she knew that eventually someone would get bored and do the kind of deep dive that took knowing the number off your parents' credit card. A toddler screamed on the other side of the McDonald's. Andy watched his mother carry him toward the bathroom. She wondered if she had ever been to this McDonald's with her mother. Laura hadn't just pulled Chicago, Illinois out of her ass for Jerry Randall's birth and death place, right? Andy slurped the last of the milkshake. Now was not the time to dive into the silly string of her mother's lies. She studied the scrap of paper at her elbow. The second that Andy was safe enough outside of Austin, she had pulled over to the side of the road and scribbled down everything she could remember about her conversation with Paula Kunda. 20 years in Danbury? Quell Corp? New hoodie, but not Mike? 31 years, interesting math? Laura, full of the worst type of bullshit? Shotgun? What made her change her mind? Clara Bellamy? Andy had started with the easiest searches first. The Danbury Federal Penitentiary's records were accessible through the BOP, Government Inmate Locator, but Paula Kunda was not listed on the site. Nor was she listed on the UC Berkeley, Stanford, or West Connecticut University alumni pages. The obvious explanation was that Paula had at some point gotten married and, patriarchal constructs aside, changed her last name. I know how marriage works. Andy had already checked marriage and divorce records in Austin, then in surrounding counties, then done the same in Western Connecticut and Berkeley County and Palo Alto. Then Andy had decided that she was wasting her time because Paula could have flown to Vegas and gotten hitched, and actually, why did Andy believe that a shotgun-wielding lunatic had told her the truth about being in prison in the first place? Snitch and 2 dimes were basically in every prison show ever. All it took was saying them with attitude, which Paula Kunda had plenty of. Regardless, the BOP search was a dead end. Andy tapped her fingers on the table as she studied the list. She tried to think back to the conversation inside of Paula's kitchen. There had been a definite before and after. Before, meaning when Paula was talking to her, and after, meaning when she'd gone to fetch her shotgun and told Andy to get the hell out. Andy couldn't think of what she'd said wrong. They had been talking about Laura, and how she was full of bullshit, the worst type of bullshit. And then Paula had told Andy to wait, and then threatened to shoot her. Andy could only shake her head because it still didn't make sense. Even more puzzling was the after, because Paula hadn't given up Clara Bellamy's name until after Andy had kicked the shit out of Mike. Andy could take it at face value and assume that Paula had been impressed by the violence, but something told her she was on the wrong track. Paula was fucking smart. You didn't go to Stanford if you were an idiot. She had played Andy like a fiddle from the moment she'd opened the front door. She was very likely playing Andy even now, but trying to figure out a maniac's endgame was far beyond Andy's deductive skills. She looked back at her notes, focusing on the item that still niggled most at her brain. 31 years. Interesting math. Had Paula gone to prison 31 years ago, while a pregnant Laura ran off with nearly $1 million and a fake ID to live her fabulous life on the beach for 31 years, until suddenly the diner video appeared on the national news, pointing the bad guys to her location? Hoodie had strangled both Laura and Paula, so obviously both women had information that someone else wanted. The mysterious they, who could track Andy's emails and phone calls. Andy returned to the laptop and tried quellcorp.com again, because all she could do now was go back and see if she'd missed anything the last 20 times she had looked at the website. The splash page offered a Ken Burns effect photo, slowly zooming onto a young, multicultural group of lab-coated scientists staring intently at a beaker full of glowing liquid. Violins played in the background like Leonardo da Vinci had just discovered the cure for herpes. Andy muted the sound. She was familiar with the pharmaceutical company the same way everybody was familiar with Band-Aids. Quellcorp made everything from baby wipes to erectile dysfunction pills. The only information Andy could find under history was that a guy named Douglas Paul Queller had founded the company in the 1920s. Then his descendants had sold out in the 1980s. Then, by the early 2000s, Quellcorp had basically swallowed the world, because that's what evil corporations did. They could certainly be an evil corporation. That was the plot of almost every sci-fi movie Andy had seen, from Avatar to all of the Terminators. She closed the Quellcorp page and pulled up the wiki for Clara Bellamy. If it was strange that Laura knew Paula Kunda, it was downright shocking that Paula Kunda knew a woman like Clara Bellamy. She had been a prima ballerina, which, according to another wiki page, was an honor only bestowed on a handful of women. Clara had danced for George Balanchine, a choreographer whose name even Andy recognized. Clara had toured the world, danced on the most celebrated stages, been at the top of her field, then a horrific knee injury had forced her to retire. Because Andy had nothing better to do after driving all day, she had seen almost every video of Clara Bellamy that YouTube had to offer. There were countless performances and interviews with all kinds of famous people, but Andy's favorite was from what she believed was the first Tchaikovsky festival ever staged by the New York City Ballet. Since Andy was a theater nerd, the foremost thing she'd noticed about the video was that the set was spectacular, with weird, translucent tubes in the background that made everything look like it was encased in ice. She had assumed that it would be boring to watch tiny women spinning on their toes to old people music, but there was something almost hummingbird-like about Clara Bellamy that made her impossible to look away from. For a woman Andy had never heard of, Clara had been extraordinarily famous. Newsweek and Time had both featured her on the cover. She was constantly showing up in the New York Times Magazine or highlighted in the New Yorker's goings-on about town section. That was where Andy's searches had hit a wall. Or, to be more exact, a paywall. She was only allowed a certain number of articles on a lot of the websites, so she had to be careful about what she clicked on. It wasn't like she could just pull out a credit card and buy more access. As far as she could tell, Clara had disappeared from public life around 1983. The last photo in the Times showed the woman with her head down, tissue held to her nose, as she left George Balanchine's funeral. As with Paula, Andy assumed that Clara Bellamy had been married at some point and changed her name, though why anybody would work so hard to create a famous name, then change it, was hard to fathom. Clara had no Facebook page, but there was a closed appreciation group and a public Finspo one that was grossly obsessed with her weight. Andy had not been able to locate any marriage or divorce documents for Clara Bellamy in New York or Chicago's Cook County or the surrounding areas, but she had found an interesting article in the Chicago Sun-Times about a lawsuit that had taken place after Clara's knee injury. The prima ballerina had sued a company called Elite Dream Bodywear for payment on an endorsement contract. The lawyer who'd represented her was not named in the article, but the accompanying photo showed Clara leaving the courthouse with a lanky, mustachioed man who looked to Andy like the perfect embodiment of a hippie lawyer. Or a hipster millennial trying to look like one. More importantly, when the photographer had clicked the button to take the photo, hippie lawyer was looking directly at the camera. Andy had taken several photography classes at SCAD. She knew how unusual it was to have a candid where someone wasn't blinking or moving their lips in a weird way. Hippie lawyer had defied the odds. Both of his eyes were open, his lips were slightly parted. His ridiculously curled handlebar mustache was on center. His silky long hair rested squarely on his shoulders. The image was so clear that Andy could even see the tips of his ears sticking out from his hair like tiny pistachios. Andy had to assume that hippie lawyer had not changed that much over the years. A guy who, in his 30s, took his facial hair grooming cues from Wyatt Earp did not suddenly wake up in his 60s and realize his mistake. She entered a new search. Chicago, plus lawyer, plus mustache, plus hair. Within seconds, she was looking at a group called the Funkadelic Fiduciaries, a self-described hair band. They played every Wednesday night at a bar called the Easy Inn. Each one had some weird facial hair going on, whether it was devilish Van Dykes or Elvis sideburns, and there were enough man buns to start an emo colony. Andy zoomed in on each face in the 8-member group and spotted the familiar curl of a handlebar mustache on the drummer. Andy looked down at his name. Edwin Van Wees. She rubbed her eyes. She was tired from driving all day and staring at computer screens all night. It couldn't be that easy. She found the old photo from the newspaper to do a comparison. The drummer was a little plumper, a lot less hairy, and not as handsome, but she knew that she had the right guy. Andy looked out the window, taking a moment to acknowledge her good luck. Was finding Edwin, who might know how to find Clara Bellamy, really that easy? She opened another browser window. As with Clara, Edwin Van Wees did not have his own Facebook page, but she was able to find a homemade-looking website that listed him as partially retired, but still available for speaking gigs and drum solos. She clicked on the About tab. Edwin was a Stanford-trained, former ACLU lawyer with a long, successful career defending artists and anarchists and rabble-rousers and revolutionaries who had happily posted photos of themselves grinning beside the lawyer who'd kept them out of prison. Even some of the ones who'd ended up going to jail still had glowing things to say about him. It made perfect sense that a guy like Edwin would know a crazy bitch like Paula Kunda. My revolutionary days are over. Andy believed with all of her heart that Edwin Van Wees still knew how to get in touch with Clara Bellamy. It was the familiar way she was touching his arm in the courthouse photo. It was also the nasty look Edwin was giving the man behind the lens. Maybe Andy was reading too much into it, but if the professor from Andy's Emotions of Light in black and white photography class had tasked her with finding a photo of a fragile woman holding on to her strong protector, this was the picture Andy would have chosen. The toddler started screaming again. His mother snatched him up and took him to the bathroom again. Andy closed the laptop and shoved it into her messenger bag. She tossed her trash and got back into Mike's truck. Stone Temple Pilots' Interstate Love Song was still playing. Andy reached down to turn it off, but she couldn't. She hated that she loved Mike's music. All of his mix CDs were awesome, from Dashboard Confessional to Blink-182, and a surprising amount of J-Lo. Andy checked the time on the McDonald's sign as she pulled onto the road. 2:12 in the afternoon. Not the worst time to drop by unannounced. On his website, Edwin Van Wees had listed his office address at a farm about an hour-and-a-half drive from Chicago. She assumed that meant he worked from home, which made it highly likely that he would be there when Andy pulled up. She had mapped out the directions on Google Earth, zooming in and out of the lush farmlands, locating Edwin's big red barn and matching house with its bright metal roof. From the McDonald's, it took her 10 minutes to find the farm. She almost missed the driveway because it was hidden in a thick stand of trees. Andy stopped the truck just shy of the turn. The road was deserted. The floorboard vibrated as the engine idled. She didn't feel the same nervousness she'd felt when she walked toward Paula's house. Andy understood now that there was no guarantee that finding a person meant that the person was going to tell you the truth, or even that the person was not going to shove a shotgun in your chest. Maybe Edwin Van Wees would do the same thing. It kind of made sense that Paula Kunda would send Andy to someone who would not be happy to see her. The drive from Austin had given Paula plenty of time to call ahead and warn Clara Bellamy that Laura Oliver's kid might be looking for her. If Edwin Van Wees was still close to Clara, then Clara could have called Edwin and... Andy rubbed her face with her hands. She could spend the rest of the day doing this stupid dance, or she could go find out for herself. She turned the wheel and drove down the driveway. The trees didn't clear for what felt like half a mile, but soon she saw the top of the red barn, then a large pasture with cows, then the small farmhouse with a wide porch and sunflowers planted in the front yard. Andy parked in front of the barn. There were no other cars in sight, which was a bad sign. The front door to the house didn't open. There was no fluttering of curtains or furtive faces in the windows. Still, she wasn't too much of an imbecile to leave without knocking on the door. Andy started to climb out of the truck, but then she remembered the burner phone that Laura was supposed to call her on when the coast was clear. In truth, she had lost hope around Tulsa that it would ever ring. The Belle Isle Review had provided the salient facts. Hoodie's body remained unidentified. After analyzing the video from the diner, the police had reached the same conclusion as Mike. Laura had tried to stop Jonah Helsinger from killing himself. She would not be charged with his murder. The kid's family was still making noises, but police royalty or not, public sentiment had turned away from them, and the local prosecutor was a political weathervane of the vilest kind. In short, whatever lurking danger was keeping Andy away from home was either unrelated or simply another part of Laura's colossal web of lies. Andy unzipped the makeup bag and checked the phone to make sure the battery was full before slipping it into her back pocket. She saw Laura's Canada license and health card. Andy studied the photo of her mother, trying to ignore the pang of longing that she did not want to feel. Instead, she looked at her own reflection in the mirror. Maybe it was Andy's crappy diet, or lack of sleep, or the fact that she had started wearing her hair down, but as each day passed, she had started to look more and more like her mother. The last 3 hotel clerks had barely glanced up when Andy had used the license to check in. She shoved it back into her messenger bag beside a black leather wallet. Mike's wallet. For the last 2.5 days, Andy had been studiously avoiding opening the wallet and staring at Mike's handsome face, especially when she was lying in bed at night and trying not to think about him because he was a psychopath and she was pathetic. She looked up at the farmhouse, then checked the driveway, then opened the wallet. "Oh, for fuck's sakes," she muttered. He had 4 different driver's licenses, each of them pretty damn good forgeries. Michael Nepper from Alabama, Michael Davey from Arkansas, Michael George from Texas, Michael Falcone from Georgia. There was a thick flap of leather dividing the wallet. Andy picked it open. Holy shit. He had a fake United States Marshal badge. Andy had seen the real thing before, a gold star inside of a circle. It was a good replica, as convincing as all of the fake IDs. Whoever his forger was had done a damn good job. There was a tap at the window. "Fuck!" Andy dropped the wallet as her hands flew up. Then her mouth dropped open because the person who had knocked on the window looked a hell of a lot like Clara Bellamy. "You," the woman said, a bright smile to her lips. "What are you doing sitting out here in this dirty truck?" Andy wondered if her eyes were playing tricks, or if she had looked at so many YouTube videos that she was seeing Clara Bellamy everywhere. The woman was older, her face lined, her long hair a peppered gray, but undoubtedly Andy was looking at the real-life person. Clara said, "Come on, silly. It's chilly out here. Let's go inside." Why was she talking to Andy like she knew her? Clara pulled open the door. She held out her hand to help Andy down. "My goodness," Clara said. "You look tired. Has Andrea been keeping you up again? Did you leave her at the hotel?" Andy opened her mouth, but there was no way to answer. She looked into Clara's eyes, wondering who the woman saw staring back at her. "What is it?" Clara asked. "Do you need Edwin?" Andy struggled to answer. Is Edwin here?" She looked at the area in front of the barn. "His car isn't here." Andy waited. "I just put Andrea down for a nap," she said, as if she hadn't 2 seconds ago asked if Andrea was at the hotel. Did she mean Andrea as in Andy or someone else? Clara said, "Should we have some tea?" She didn't wait for an answer. She looped her arm through Andy's and led her back toward the farmhouse. I have no idea why, but I was thinking about Andrew this morning. What happened to him? She put her hand to the base of her throat. She had started to cry. Jane, I'm so very sorry. Andy had no idea what she was talking about, but she felt a strange desire to cry too. Andrew? Andrea? Clara said, Let's not talk about depressing things today. You've got enough of that going on in your life right now. She pushed open the front door with her foot. Now, tell me how you've been. Are you all right? Still having trouble sleeping? Andy said, because apparently that's all she was capable of coming up with. I've been... She tried to think of something to say that would keep this woman talking. What about you? What have you been up to? Oh, so much. I've been clipping magazine photos with ideas for the nursery and working on some scrapbooks from my glory years. The worst kind of self-aggrandizement, but you know, it's such a strange thing. I've forgotten most of my performances. Have you? Andy still didn't know what the hell the woman was talking about. Clara laughed. I bet you remember every single one. You were always so sharp that way. She pushed open a swinging door with her foot. Have a seat. I'll make us some tea. Andy realized she was in another kitchen with another stranger who might or might not know everything about her mother. I think I have some cookies. Clara started opening cupboards. Andy took in the kitchen. The space was small, cut off from the rest of the house, and probably not much changed since it was built. The metal cabinets were painted bright teal. The countertops were made from butcher's blocks. The appliances looked like they belonged on the set of The Partridge Family. There was a large whiteboard on the wall by the fridge. Someone had written, Clara, it's Sunday. Edwin will be in town from 1 to 4 p.m. Lunch is in the fridge. Do not use the stove. Clara turned on the stove. The starter clicked several times before the gas caught. Chamomile? Sure. Andy sat down at the table. She tried to think of some questions to ask Clara, like what year it was or who was the current president, but none of that was necessary because you don't put notes on a cupboard like that unless a person has memory problems. Andy felt an almost overwhelming sadness that was quickly chased by a healthy dose of guilt, because if Clara had early-onset Alzheimer's, then what had happened to her last week was gone, but what had happened to her 31 years ago was probably close to the surface. Andy asked, What colors were you thinking for the nursery? No pinks, Clara insisted. Maybe some greens and yellows. That sounds pretty. Andy tried to keep her talking, like the sunflowers outside. Yes, exactly. She seemed pleased. Edwin says we'll try as soon as this is over, but I don't know. It seems like we should start now. I'm not getting any younger. She put her hand to her stomach as she laughed. There was something so beautiful about the sound that Andy felt it pull at her heart. Clara Bellamy exuded kindness. To try to trick her felt dirty. Clara asked, How are you feeling, though? Are you still exhausted? I'm better. Andy watched Clara pour cold water into 2 cups. She hadn't heated the kettle. The flame flickered high on the stove. Andy stood up to turn it off, asking, Do you remember how we met? I was trying to recall the details the other day. Oh, so horrible. Her fingers went to her throat. Poor Andrew. Andrew again. Andy sat back down at the table. She wasn't equipped for this kind of subterfuge. A smarter person would know how to get information out of this clearly troubled woman. Paula Kunda would likely have her singing like a bird, which gave Andy an idea. She tried, I saw Paula a few days ago. Clara rolled her eyes. Well, I hope you didn't call her that. What else would I call her? Andy tried. Bitch? Clara laughed as she sat down at the table. She had put tea bags in the cold water. Well, I wouldn't say that to her face. Penny would probably just as soon see us all dead right now. Penny. Andy mulled the word around in her head, and then she remembered the dollar bill that Paula Kunda had shoved into her hand. Andy was wearing the same jeans from that day. She dug into her pocket and found the bill wadded into a tight ball. She smoothed it out on the table. She slid it toward Clara. Ah, Clara's lips turned up mischievously. Dumb bitch reporting for duty. Another spectacular success. Andy had to stop being subtle. She asked, Do you remember Paula's last name? Clara's eyebrow went up. Is this some sort of test? Do you think I can't remember? Andy tried to decipher Clara's suddenly sharp tone. Was she irritated? Had Andy ruined her chances? Clara laughed, breaking the tension. Of course I remember. What's gotten into you, Jane? You're acting so strange. Jane. Clara said the name again. Jane? Andy played with the string on her tea bag. The water had turned orange. I've forgotten is the problem. She's using a different name now. Penny? Penny. Andy couldn't keep playing these games. Just tell me, Clara, what's her last name? Clara reeled back at the demand. Tears seeped from her eyes. Andy felt like an asshole. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have snapped at you. Clara stood up. She walked to the refrigerator and opened it. Instead of getting something out, she just stood there. Clara, It's Evans. Paula Louise Evans. Andy's elation was considerably tempered by her shame. I'm not completely bonkers. Clara's back was stiff. I remember the important things I always have. I know that. I'm so sorry. Clara kept her own counsel as she stared into the open fridge. Andy wanted to slide onto the floor and grovel for forgiveness. She also wanted to run outside and get her laptop, but she needed internet access to look up Paula Louise Evans. She hesitated, but only slightly before asking Clara, Do you know the... She stopped herself, because Clara probably had no idea what Wi-Fi was, let alone knew the password. Andy asked, Is there an office in the house? Of course. Clara closed the fridge and turned around, the warm smile back in place. Do you need to make a phone call? Yes, Andy said, because agreeing was the quickest way forward. Do you mind? Is it long distance? No. That's good. Edwin's been grousing at me about the phone bill lately. Clara's smile started to falter. She had lost her way in the conversation again. Andy said, When I finish my phone call in the office, we could talk some more about Andrew. Of course. Clara's smile brightened. It's this way, but I'm not sure where Edwin is. He's been working so hard lately, and obviously the news has made him very upset. Andy didn't ask what news because she couldn't bear to risk setting the woman off again. She followed Clara back through the house. Even with the bad knee, the dancer's walk was breathtakingly graceful. Her feet barely touched the floor. Andy couldn't fully appreciate watching her move because so many questions flooded her mind. Who was Jane? Who was Andrew? Why did Clara cry every time she said the man's name? And why did Andy feel the desire to protect this fragile woman she had never met before? Here. Clara was at the end of the hall. She opened the door to what had likely been a bedroom at some point, but was now a tidy office with a wall of locked filing cabinets, a roll-top desk, and a MacBook Pro on the arm of a leather couch. Clara smiled at Andy. What did you need? Andy hesitated again. She should go back to the McDonald's and use their Wi-Fi. There was no reason to do this here, except that she still wanted to know answers. What if Paula Louise Evans wasn't online, and then Andy would have to drive back, and Edwin Van Wees would probably be home by then, and he would probably not want Clara talking to Andy. Clara asked, "Can I help you with something?" "The computer?" "That's easy. They're not as scary as you think." Clara sat on the floor. She opened the MacBook. The password prompt came up. Andy expected her to struggle with the code, but Clara pressed her finger to the Touch ID, and the desktop was unlocked. She told Andy, "You'll have to sit here, otherwise the light from the window blacks out the screen." She meant the giant window behind the couch. Andy could see Mike's truck parked in front of the red barn. She could still leave. Edwin would be home in less than an hour. Now would be the time to go. Clara said, "Come, Jane, I can show you how to use it. It's not terribly complicated." Andy sat down on the floor beside Clara. Clara put the open laptop on the seat of the couch so they could both see it. She said, "I've been looking at videos of myself. Does that make me terribly vain?" Andy looked at the stranger sitting so close beside her, who kept talking to her like they had been friends for a long time, and said, "I watched your videos too. Almost all of them. You are such a beautiful dancer, Clara. I never thought I liked ballet before, but watching you made me understand that it's lovely." Clara touched her fingers to Andy's leg. "Oh, darling, you're so sweet. You know I feel the same about you." Andy did not know what to say. She reached up to the laptop. She found the browser. Her fingers fumbled on the keyboard. She was sweaty and shaky for no reason. She squeezed her hands into fists in an attempt to get them back under control. She rested her fingers on the keyboard. She slowly typed, "Paula Louise Evans." Andy's pinky finger rested on the Enter key, but did not press it. This was the moment. She would find out something, at least one thing about the horrible woman who had known her mother 31 years ago. Andy tapped Enter. Motherfucker. Paula Louise Evans had her own Wikipedia page. Andy clicked on the link. The warning at the top of the page indicated the information was not without controversy, which made sense because Paula struck Andy as a woman who loved controversy. She felt a nervous energy take hold as she skimmed the contents, scrolling through an extensive bio that listed everything from the hospital where Paula had been born to her inmate number at Danbury Federal Penitentiary for Women. Raised in Corte Madera, California. Berkeley, Stanford. Murder. Andy's stomach dropped. Paula Evans had murdered a woman. Andy looked up at the ceiling for a moment. She thought about Paula pointing the shotgun at her chest. Clara said, "There's so much information about her. Is it horrible that I'm a bit jealous?" Andy scrolled down to the next section. Involvement with the Army of the Changing World. There was a blurry photo of Paula. The date underneath read July 1986. 32 years ago. Andy could remember doing the math back in Carrollton at the library computer. She had been looking for events that had taken place around the time she would have been conceived. Bombings and planejackings and shootouts at banks. Andy studied the photo of Paula Evans. She was wearing a weird dress that looked like a cotton slip. Thick, black lines of makeup were smeared beneath her eyes. Fingerless gloves were on her hands. Combat boots were on her feet. She was wearing a beret. A cigarette dangled from her mouth. She had a revolver in one hand and a hunting knife in the other. It would have been funny except for the fact that Paula had murdered someone. And been involved in a conspiracy to bring down the world, apparently. "Jane," Clara had pulled a blue afghan around her shoulders, "should we have some tea?" "In a moment," Andy said, doing a search for the word Jane on Paula's Wikipedia page. Nothing. Andrew. Nothing. She clicked on the link that took her to the wiki page for the Army of the Changing World. Starting with the assassination of Martin Queller in Oslo. "Quellcorp," Andy said. Clara made a hissing sound. "Aren't they awful?" Andy skipped down the page. She saw a photo of their leader, A guy who looked like Zac Efron with Charles Manson's eyes. The Army's crimes were bullet-pointed past the Martin Queller assassination. They had kidnapped and murdered a Berkeley professor, been involved in a shootout, a nationwide manhunt. Their crazy-ass leader had written a manifesto, a ransom note that had appeared on the front page of the San Francisco Chronicle. Andy clicked on the note. She read the first part about the fascist regime, and then her eyes started to glaze over. It was like something Calvin and Hobbes would concoct during a meeting of gross to get back at Susie Durkins. Andy returned to the Army page and found a section called Members. Most of the names were in blue hyperlinks amid the sea of black text. Dozens of people. How had Andy never seen a Dateline or Lifetime movie about this insane cult? William Johnson, dead. Franklin Powell, dead. Meta Larson, dead. Andrew Queller. Andy's heart flipped. But Andrew's name was in black, which meant he didn't have a page. Then again, you didn't have to be Scooby-Doo to link him back to Quell Corp and its assassinated namesake. She scrolled back up to Martin Queller and clicked his name. Apparently, there were a lot more famous Quellers out there that Andy didn't know about. His wife, Annette Queller, née Logan, had a family line that would take hours to explore. Their eldest son, Jasper Queller, was hyperlinked, but Andy already knew the asshole billionaire who kept trying and failing to run for president. The cursor drifted over the next name, daughter, Jane, Jinx Queller. Jane, Clara asked, because she had Alzheimer's, and her mind was trapped in a time over 30 years ago when she knew a woman named Jane who looked just like Andy. Just as Andy looked like the Daniela B. Cooper photo in the fake Canada driver's license. Her mother. Andy started to cry. Not just cry, but sob. A wail came out of her mouth. Tears and snot rolled down her face. She leaned over, her forehead on the seat of the couch. Oh, sweetheart. Clara was on her knees, her arms wrapped around Andy's shoulders. Andy shook with grief. Was Laura's real name Jane Queller? Why did this one lie matter so much more than the others? Here, let me. Clara slid the laptop over and started to type. It's okay, my darling. I cry when I watch mine sometimes, too. But look at this one. It's perfect. Clara slid the laptop back to the center. Andy tried to wipe her eyes. Clara put a tissue in her hand. Andy blew her nose, tried to stanch her tears. She looked at the laptop. Clara had pulled up a YouTube video. Rare, Jinx Queller, 1983, Carnegie Hall. What? That green dress. Clara's eyes glowed with excitement. She clicked the icon for full screen. A fait accompli. Andy did not know what to do but watch the video as it autoplayed. The recording was fuzzy and weirdly colored, like everything else from the 80s. An orchestra was already on stage. A massive, black grand piano was front and center. Oh, Clara unmuted the sound. Andy heard soft murmurs from the crowd. Clara said, This was my favorite part. I always peeked out to feel their mood. For some reason, Andy held her breath. The audience had gone silent. A very thin woman in a dark green evening gown walked out of the wings. So elegant, Clara murmured, but Andy barely registered the comment. The woman crossing the stage was young-looking, maybe 18, and obviously uncomfortable walking in such dressy shoes. Her hair was bleached almost white, permed within an inch of its life. The camera swept to the audience. They were giving her a standing ovation before she even turned to look at them. The camera zoomed in on the woman's face. Andy felt her stomach clench. Laura. In the video, her mother performed a slight bow. She looked so cool as she stared into the faces of thousands of people. Andy had seen that look before on other performers' faces. Absolute certainty. She had always loved watching an actor's transformation from the wings, had been in awe that they could walk out in front of all those judgmental strangers and so believably pretend to be someone else, like her mother had pretended for all of Andy's life. The worst type of bullshit. The cheering started to die down as Jinx Queller sat down in front of the piano. She nodded to the conductor. The conductor raised his hands, the audience abruptly silenced. Clara turned up the volume as loud as it would go. Violins strummed. The low vibration tickled her eardrums. Then the tempo bounced, then calmed, then bounced again. Andy didn't know music, especially classical. Laura never listened to it at home. The Red Hot Chili Peppers, Heart, Nirvana, those were the groups that Laura played on the radio when she was driving around town or doing chores or working on patient reports. She knew the words to Mr. Brightside before anyone else did. She had downloaded Lemonade the night it dropped. Her eclectic taste made her the cool mom, the mom that everyone could talk to because she wouldn't judge you. Because she had played Carnegie Hall and she knew what the fuck she was talking about. In the video, Jinx Queller was still waiting at the piano, hands resting in her lap, eyes straight ahead. Other instruments had joined the violins. Andy didn't know which ones because her mother had never taught her about music. She had discouraged Andy from joining the band, winced every time Andy picked up the cymbals. Flutes? Andy could see the guys in front pursing their lips. Bows moved. Oboe, cello, horns. Jinx Queller still patiently awaited her turn at the grand piano. Andy pressed her palm to her stomach as if to calm it. She was sick with tension for the woman in the video. Her mother. This stranger. What was Jinx Queller thinking while she waited? Was she wondering how her life would turn out? Did she know that she would one day have a daughter? Did she know that she had only 4 years left before Andy came along and somehow took her away from this amazing life? At 2:22, her mother finally raised her hands. There was an appreciable tension before her fingers lightly touched the keys. Soft at first, just a few notes. A slow, lazy progression. The violins came back in, then her hands moved faster, floating up and down the keyboard, bringing out the most beautiful sound that Andy had ever heard. Flowing, lush, rich, exuberant. There weren't enough adjectives in the world to describe what Jinx Queller coaxed from the piano. Swelling. That's what Andy felt. A swelling in her heart. Pride, joy, confusion, euphoria. Andy's emotions matched the look on her mother's face as the music went from solemn to dramatic to thrilling, then back again. Every note seemed to be reflected in Jane's expression. Her eyebrows lifting, her eyes closing, her lips curled up in pleasure. She was absolutely enraptured. Confidence radiated off the grainy video like rays from the sun. There was a smile on her mother's lips, but it was a secret smile that Andy had never seen before. Jinx Queller, still so impossibly young, had the look of a woman who was exactly where she was meant to be. Not in Belle Isle, not at a parent-teacher conference or on the couch in her office working with a patient, but on stage, holding the world in the palm of her hand. Andy wiped her eyes. She could not stop crying. She did not understand how her mother had not cried every day for the rest of her life. How could anyone walk away from something so magical? Andy sat completely transfixed for the entire length of the video. She could not take her eyes off the screen. Sometimes her mother's hands flicked up and down the length of the piano. Other times they seemed to be on top of each other, the fingers moving independently across the white and black keys in a way that reminded Andy of Laura kneading dough in the kitchen. The smile never left her face right up until the ebullient last notes. Then it was over. Her hands floated to her lap. The audience went Crazy. They were on their feet. The clapping turned into a solid wall of sound, more like the constant shush of a summer rain. Jinx Queller stayed seated, hands in her lap, looking down at the keys. Her breath was heavy from physical exertion. Her shoulders had rolled in. She started nodding. She seemed to be taking a moment with the piano, with herself, to absorb the sensation of absolute perfection. She nodded once more. She stood up. She shook the conductor's hand. She waved to the orchestra. They were already standing, saluting her with their bows, furiously clapping their hands. She turned to the audience, and the cheering swelled. She bowed stage left, then right, then center. She smiled. A different smile, not so confident, not so joyful, and walked off the stage. That was it. Andy closed the laptop before the next video could play. She looked up at the window behind the couch. The sun was bright against the blue sky. Tears dripped down into the collar of her shirt. She tried to think of a word to describe how she was feeling. Astonished? Bewildered? Overcome? Dumbfounded? Laura had been the one thing that Andy had wanted to be close to all of her life. A star. She studied her own hands. She had normal fingers, not too long or thin. When Laura was sick and unable to take care of herself, Andy had washed her mother's hands, put lotion on them, rubbed them, held them. But what did they really look like? They had to be graceful, enchanted, imbued with an otherworldly sort of grace. Andy should have felt sparks when she massaged them, or spellbound, or something. Yet they were the same normal hands that had waved for Andy to hurry up, or she'd be late for school. Dug soil in the garden when it was time to plant spring flowers. Wrapped around the back of Gordon's neck when they danced, pointed at Andy in fury when she did something wrong. Why? Andy blinked, trying to clear the tears from her eyes. Clara had disappeared. Maybe she hadn't been able to handle Andy's grief, or the perceived pain that Jane Queller experienced when she watched her younger self playing. The two women had clearly discussed the performance before. That green dress. Andy reached into her back pocket for the burner phone. She dialed her mother's number. She listened to the phone ring. She closed her eyes against the sunlight, imagining Laura in the kitchen, walking over to her phone where it was charging on the counter, seeing the unfamiliar number on the screen, trying to decide whether or not to answer it. Was it a robocall? A new client? Hello, Laura said. The sound of her voice cracked Andy open. She had longed for nearly a week to have her mother call, to hear the words that it was safe to come back home, but now that she was on the phone, Andy was incapable of doing anything but crying. Hello, Laura repeated, then because she had gotten similar calls before. Andrea? Andy lost what little shit she had managed to keep together. She leaned over her knees, head in her hand, trying not to wail again. Andrea, why are you calling me? Laura's tone was clipped. What's wrong? What happened? Andy opened her mouth, but only to breathe. Andrea, please, Laura said. I need you to acknowledge that you can hear me. She waited. Andy? Who are you? Laura did not make a sound. Seconds passed, then what felt like a full minute. Andy looked at the screen, wondering if they had been disconnected. Andy pressed the phone back to her ear. She finally heard the gentle slap of waves from the beach. Laura had walked outside. She was on the back porch. You lied to me, Andy said. Nothing. My birthday? Where I was born? Where we lived? That fake picture of my fake grandparents? Do you even know who my father is? Laura still said nothing. You used to be somebody, Mom. I saw it online. You were on stage at Carnegie Hall. People were worshiping you. It must have taken years to get that good. All of your life. You were somebody, and you walked away from it. You're wrong, Laura finally said. There was no emotion in her tone, just a cold flatness. I'm nobody, and that's exactly who I want to be. Andy pressed her fingers into her eyes. She couldn't take any more of these fucking riddles. Her head was going to explode. Laura asked, Where are you? I'm nowhere. Andy wanted to close the phone, to give Laura the biggest silent fuck you she could, but the moment was too desperate for hollow gestures. She asked Laura, Are you even my real mother? Of course I am. I was in labor for 16 hours. The doctors thought they were going to lose both of us, but they didn't. We didn't. We survived. Andy heard a car pulling into the driveway. Fuck. Andrea. Laura struggled to get out her name. Where are you? I need to know you're safe. Andy knelt on the couch and looked out the window. Edwin Van Wees with his stupid handlebar mustache. He saw Mike's truck and practically fell out of his car as he scrambled toward the front door. Clara? He yelled. Clara, where? Clara answered, but Andy couldn't make out the words. Laura must have heard something. She asked, Where are you? Andy listened to heavy boots pounding down the hallway. Andrea? Laura said, her tone clipped. This is deadly serious. You need to tell me. Who the fuck are you? Edwin demanded. Andy turned around. Shit, Edwin muttered. Andrea. Is that? Laura said, but Andy pressed the phone to her chest. She asked the man, How do you know me? Come away from the window. Edwin motioned Andy out of the office. You can't be here. You need to go now. Andy didn't move. Tell me how you know me. Edwin saw the phone in her hand. Who are you talking to? When Andy didn't answer, he wrenched the phone out of her hand and put it to his ear. He said, Who is... Fuck. Edwin turned his back to Andy, telling Laura, No, I have no idea what Clara told her. You know she's been unwell. He started nodding, listening. I didn't tell her. No. Clara doesn't know about that. It's privileged information. I would never... He stopped again. Laura, you need to calm down. No one knows where it is except for me. They knew each other. They were arguing the way old friends argued. Edwin had known Andy by sight. Clara had thought she was Jane, who was really Laura. Andy's teeth had started to chatter. She could hear them clicking inside of her head. She rubbed her arms with her hands. She felt cold, almost frozen. Laura, Edwin leaned down his head and looked out the window. Listen, you just need to trust me. You know I would never... He turned around and looked at Andy. She watched his anger soften into something else. He smiled at her, the same way Gordon smiled at her when she fucked up, but he still wanted her to know that he loved her. Why was a man she had never met looking at her like her father? Edwin said, I will, Laura. I promise I'll... There was a loud crack, then another, then another. Andy was on the floor, the same as the last time she had heard a sudden burst of gunfire. Everything was exactly the same. Glass broke, papers started to fly, the air filled with debris. Edwin took the brunt of the bullets, his arms jerking up, his skull almost vaporizing, bone and chunks of his hair splattering against the couch, the walls, the ceiling. Andy was flat on her belly, hands covering her head, when she heard the nauseating thunk of his body hitting the floor. She looked at his face. Nothing but a dark hole with white shards of skull stared back. His mustache was still curled up at the ends, held in place with a thick wax. Andy tasted blood in her mouth. Her heart felt like it was beating inside of her eardrums. She thought that she had lost her hearing, but there was nothing to hear. The shooter had stopped. Andy scanned the room for the burner phone. She saw it 15 feet away in the hall. She had no idea if it was still working, but she heard her mother's voice as clear as if she was in the room. "I need you to run, darling. He can't reload fast enough to hurt you." Andy tried to stand. She could barely get to her knees before throwing up from the pain. The McDonald's milkshake was pink with blood. Every time she heaved, it felt like fire was ripping down her left side. Footsteps. Outside. Getting closer. Andy forced herself up onto her hands and knees. She crawled toward the door, her palms digging into broken glass, her knees sliding across the floor. She made it as far as the hallway before the searing pain made her stop. She fell over onto her hip. She pushed herself up to sitting, pressed her back to the wall. Her skull was filled with a high-pitched whining noise. Shards of glass porcupined from her bare arms. Andy listened. She heard a strange sound from the other side of the house. Click, 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 click. The cylinder spinning in the revolver. She looked at the burner phone. The screen had been shattered. There was nowhere to go, nothing to do but wait. Andy reached down to her side. Her shirt was soaked with blood. Her fingers found a tiny hole in the material. Then the tip of her finger found another hole in her skin. She had been shot. August 2nd, 1986. 14. Jane felt the ivory keys of the Steinway concert grand soften beneath the tips of her fingers. The stage lights warmed the right side of her body. She allowed herself a furtive glance at the audience, picked out a few of their faces under the lights. Rhapsodic. Carnegie had sold out within 1 day of the tickets going on sale, over 2,000 seats. Jane was the youngest woman ever to take center stage. The hall's acoustics were remarkable. The reverb poured like honey into her ears, bending and elongating each note. The Steinway gave Jane more than she had dared hope for. The key action was loose enough to bring a nuanced delicacy that bathed the room in an almost ethereal wave of sound. She felt like a wizard pulling off the most wondrous trick. Every keystroke was perfect. The orchestra was perfect. The audience was perfect. She lowered her gaze past the lights, taking in the front row. Jasper, Annette, Andrew, Martin, Nick. He was clapping his hands, grinning with pride. Jane missed a note, then another. Then she was playing along to the staccato of Nick's hands like she had not done since Martin first sat her down on the bench and told her to play. The noise sharpened as Nick's clapping amplified through the hall. Jane had to cover her ears. The music stopped. Nick's mouth twisted into a sneer. He kept clapping and clapping. Blood began to seep from his hands, down his arms, into his lap. He clapped harder, louder. Blood splattered onto his white shirt, onto Andrew, her father, the stage. Jane opened her eyes. The room was dark. Confusion and fear mixed to bring her heart into her throat. Slowly, Jane's senses came back to her. She was lying in bed. She pulled away the afghan covering her body. She recognized the blue color. The farmhouse. She sat up so fast that she was almost knocked back by a wave of dizziness. She fumbled for the switch on the lamp. A syringe and vial were on the table. Morphine. The syringe was still capped, but the bottle was almost empty. Panicked, Jane checked her arms, legs, feet for needle marks. Nothing. But what was she afraid of? That Nick had drugged her? That he had somehow infected her with Andrew's tainted blood? Her hand went to her neck. Nick had strangled her. She could still remember those last moments in the bathroom as she desperately gasped for air. Her throat pulsed beneath her fingers. The skin was tender. Jane moved her hand lower. The round swell of her belly filled her palm. Slowly, she inched down farther and checked between her legs for the telltale spots of blood. When she pulled back her hand, it was clean. Relief nearly took her breath away. Nick had not beaten another child out of her body. This time, at least for the moment, they were safe. Jane found her socks on the floor, tugged on her boots. She walked over to the large window across from the bed and drew back the curtains. Darkness. Her eyes picked out the silhouette of the van parked in front of the barn, but the other 2 cars were gone. She listened to the house. There were low voices, at least 2 people talking on the far side of the house. Chopping sounds, pots and pans clattering. Jane leaned over to buckle her boots. She had a moment where she remembered doing the same thing days ago, before they walked downstairs to speak with Agents Barlow and Danbury, before they had left in Jasper's Porsche without realizing that they would never go back, before Nick had made Jane choose between him or her brother. These anarchist groups think they're doing the right thing, right up until they end up in prison or flat on their backs in the morgue. The door opened. Jane didn't know who she expected to see. Certainly not Paula, who barked, "Wait in the living room." "Where's Andrew?" "He went for a run." "Where the fuck do you think?" Paula stalked off, her footsteps like 2 hammers hitting the floor. Jane knew she should look for Andrew, but she had to compose herself before she spoke with her brother. The last hours or days of his life should not be filled with recriminations. She went across the hall to the bathroom. She used the toilet, praying that she did not feel the sharp pain, see the spots of blood. Jane looked down at the bowl. Nothing. The tub drew her attention. She had not fully bathed in almost 4 days. Her skin felt waxen, but the thought of getting undressed and finding soap and locating towels was too much. She flushed the toilet. Her eyes avoided the mirror as she washed her hands, then her face, with warm water. She looked for a rag and wiped under her arms and between her legs. She felt another wave of relief when she saw there was still no blood. "Were you stupid enough to think I'd let you keep it?" Jane walked into the living room. She looked for a telephone, but there wasn't one. Calling Jasper was likely pointless anyway. All of the family phone lines would be tapped. Even if Jasper was inclined to help, his hands would be tied. Jane was completely on her own now. She had made her choice. From the sound of it, someone had rolled the TV into the kitchen. She blinked, and time shifted back. Nick was on his knees in front of the set, adjusting the volume, insisting they all watch their crimes being catalogued for the nation. The group had arrayed themselves around him like blades on a fan. Clara on the floor, taking in the frenetic energy, Edwin solemn and watchful. Paula beaming at Nick like he was the second coming of Christ. Jane standing there, dazed from the news that Clara had given her. Even then, Jane had stayed in the room rather than finding Andrew because she still did not want to let Nick down. None of them did. That was the biggest fear they all had. Not that they would get caught or die or be thrown into prison for the rest of their lives, but that they would disappoint Nick. She knew that now there would be a reckoning for her defiance. Nick had left her here with Paula for a reason. Jane rested her hand on the swinging door to the kitchen and listened. She heard a knife blade striking a cutting board, the murmur of a television program. Her own breathing. She pushed open the door. The kitchen was small and cramped, the table wedged against the end of the laminate countertop. Still, it had its charms. The metal cabinets were painted a cheery yellow. The appliances were all new. Andrew was sitting at the table. Jane felt her heart stir at the sight of him. He was here. He was still alive, though the smile he gave her was weak. He motioned for Jane to turn down the television. She twisted the knob. Her eye stayed on his. Did he know what Nick had done to Jane in the bathroom? Paula said, "I told you to wait in there." She threw seasoning into a pot on the stove. "Hey, dumb bitch, I said—" Jane gave her the finger as she sat down with her back to Paula. Andrew chuckled. The metal box was open in front of him. Folders were spread out on the table. The tiny key was by his elbow. A large envelope was addressed to the Los Angeles Times. He was doing his part for Nick. Even at death's door, still the loyal trooper. Jane worked to keep the sorrow out of her expression. Impossibly, he looked even more pale. His eyes could have been lined in red crayon. His lips were starting to turn blue. Every breath was like a saw grinding back and forth across a piece of wet wood. He should be resting comfortably in a hospital, not struggling to stay upright in a hard wooden chair. She said, "You're dying." "But you're not," he said. "Nick took the ELISA test last month. He's clean. You know, he's terrified of needles. And the other way, he's never been into that." Jane felt a cold sweat break out. The thought had not even crossed her mind, but now that it was there, she felt sickened by the realization that, even if Nick had been infected, he probably would have never told her. They would have kept making love, and Jane would have kept growing their child, and she would have not found out the truth until it came from a doctor's mouth. Or a medical examiner's. "You'll be okay," Andrew said. "I promise." Now was not the time to call her brother a liar. "What about Ellis-Ann?" "She's clean," Andrew said. "I told her to get tested as soon as—" He let his voice trail off. "She wanted to stay with me. Can you believe that? I couldn't let her do it. It wasn't fair. And we had all this going on, so—" His voice trailed off again in a long sigh. "Barlow, the FBI agent, he told me they talked to her. I know she must have been afraid. I regret a lot of things." Jane did not want him to dwell on regrets. She reached for his hands. They felt heavy, weighted somehow by what was to come. His shirt collar was open. She could see the purplish lesions on his chest. He couldn't stay here in this too-warm house with less than half a thimbleful of morphine. She wouldn't allow it. "What is it?" he asked. "I love you." Andrew was never one to return the sentiment, but he squeezed her hands, smiled again, so that she knew he felt the same. Paula mumbled, "Christ!" Jane turned to glare at her. She had started cutting up a tomato. The knife was dull. The skin tore like paper. Paula asked, "You two into incest now?" Jane turned back around. Andrew told her, "I'm going to rest for a while, okay?" She nodded. They would stand a better chance of leaving if Andrew was not involved in the negotiation. "Get a scarf," Paula said. "Keep your neck warm. It helps the cough." Andrew raised a skeptical eyebrow at Jane as he tried to stand. He shrugged off her offer of help. "I'm not that far gone." She watched him lurch toward the swinging door. His shirt was soaked with sweat. The back of his hair was damp. Jane turned away from the door only when it stopped swinging. She took Andrew's seat parallel to Paula because she did not want her back to the woman. She looked down at the files on the table. These were the two things that Nick had valued most. Jasper's signature attesting to his part in the fraud, the Polaroids with their red rubber band. Paula said, "I know what you're thinking, and you're not going anywhere." Jane had thought that she was incapable of feeling any more emotions, but she had never abhorred Paula so much as she did in this moment. "I just want to take him to the hospital." "And let the pigs know where we are." Paula huffed out a laugh. "You might as well take off your fancy boots, 'cause you ain't going anywhere." Jane turned away from her, clasped her hands together on the table. "Hey, dumb bitch." Paula lifted up her shirt and showed Jane the handgun tucked into the waist of her jeans. "Don't get any ideas. I'd love to shoot 6 new holes into that asshole you call a face." Jane looked at the clock on the wall. 10 in the evening. The Chicago team would already be in the city. Nick was on his way to New York. She had to find a way out of here. She asked, "Where are Clara and Edwin?" "Selden and Tucker are in position." Edwin's apartment in the city. He was supposed to wait for phone calls in case anyone was arrested. Jane said, "Northwestern can't be far from here. They're a teaching hospital. They'll know how to take care of—" "Northwestern is straight down I-88, about 45 minutes away, but it might as well be on the moon because you're not fucking going anywhere and neither is he." Paula rested her hand on her hip. "Look, bitch, they can't do anything for him. You did your rich girl slumming at the AIDS ward. You know how this story ends. The prince doesn't ride again. Your brother is going to die, as in tonight. He's not going to see the sunrise." Hearing her fears confirmed brought a lump into Jane's throat. "The doctors can make him comfortable. Nick left a vial of morphine for that. It's almost empty. That's all we could find on short notice, and we're lucky we could get that. It'll probably be enough, and if it's not," she shrugged her shoulder, "nothing we can do about it." Jane thought again of Ben Mitchell, one of the first young men she'd met on the AIDS ward. He'd been desperate to go back to Wyoming to see his parents before he died. They had finally relented, and the last 8 minutes of Ben's life had been spent in terror as he suffocated on his own fluids because the rural hospital staff were too frightened to stick a tube down his throat to help him breathe. Jane knew the panic that came from not being able to breathe. Nick had strangled her before, once during sex, once the last time she was pregnant, once a few hours ago when he was threatening to kill her. No matter how many times it happened, there was no way to prepare for that terrifying sensation of not being able to pull air into your lungs. The way her heart felt like it was filling with blood, the searing pain from her muscles cramping, the burning in her lungs, the numbness in her hands and feet as the body gave up on everything but staying alive. Jane could not let her brother experience that terror. Not for 1 minute, certainly not for 8. She told Paula, "The doctors can knock him out so that he's unconscious for the worst of it." "Maybe he wants to be conscious," she said. "Maybe he wants to feel it." "You sound like Nick." "I'll take that as a compliment." "Don't," Jane said. "It's meant to make you think about what you're doing because it's wrong. All of this is wrong. The concept of right and wrong are patriarchal constructs to control the populace." Jane turned her head to look at the woman. "You can't be serious." "You're too fucking blind to see it. At least now you are." Paula had picked up a knife. She chopped brutally at a bundle of carrots. "I heard you with him in the van, all that lovey-dovey bullshit, telling Nick how wonderful he is, how much you love him, how you believe in what we're doing, and then you get here, and suddenly you're abandoning him." "Did you hear him in the bathroom? Strangling me into unconsciousness?" "I could happily hear that every day for the rest of my life." A piece of carrot landed on the floor beside Jane. If Jane stood up, if she took one small step, she could close the distance between them. She could grab the knife from Paula's hand, wrench the gun from her waist. And then what? Could Jane kill her? There was a difference between despising someone and murdering them. Paula said, "It happened before Berlin, right?" She motioned down at her own stomach with the knife. "I thought you were getting fat, but—" She blew out air between her lips. "No such luck." Jane looked down at her stomach. She had been so nervous about telling people about the baby, but everyone seemed to have figured it out on their own. Paula said, "You don't deserve to carry his child." Jane watched the knife move up and down. Paula wasn't paying attention to Jane. "Stand up, take one step, grab the knife. If it was up to me, I'd cut it out of you." Paula pointed the blade at Jane. "Want me to?" Jane tried to pretend that the threat had not sent an arrow into her heart. She had to think about her child. This wasn't just about Andrew. If she attacked Paula and failed, then she could lose her baby before she even had the chance to hold it. "That's what I thought." Paula turned back to the carrots with a grin on her face. Jane tucked her chin to her chest. She had never been good at confrontation. Her way was to remain silent and hope that the explosion would pass. That was what she had always done with her father. That's what she did with Nick. She looked at the bundle of Polaroids on the table. The photo on top showed the deep gash in her leg. Jane touched her leg in the same spot now, feeling the ridge of the pink scar. Bite mark. She remembered clearly when the pictures had been taken. Jane and Nick were staying in Palm Springs while Jane's cuts and bruises healed. Nick had gone out for lunch and returned with the camera and instant film. "I'm sorry, my darling. I know you're hurting, but I've just had the best idea." Back home, Andrew had been wavering about the plan. There were good reasons. Andrew didn't want Laura Juneau to go to prison for attacking Martin with the red dye packs. He was especially conflicted about hurting Martin's pride. Despite the beatings and the disappointments and even the awful things that Nick had uncovered while working at Queller Healthcare, Andrew still had a sliver of love for their father. Then, when they returned from Palm Springs, Nick had shown him the Polaroids. "Look at what your father did to your sister. We have to make him pay for this. Martin Queller has to pay for all of his sins." Nick had assumed that Jane would play along, and why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she keep from her brother the fact that it was Nick who had beaten her face, who had ripped open her skin with his teeth, who had pummeled her stomach until blood had poured from between her legs and their baby was gone? Why wouldn't she? Jane dropped the Polaroids into the metal box. She wiped her sweaty hands on her legs. She thought about sitting with Agent Danbury in the backyard. In less than a week, the cops had seen right through Nick. He had everybody in his circle convinced he was smarter than he actually was, more clever than he was. Paula said, "I used to be so jealous of you. Did you know that?" Jane stacked the files and put them back in the box. "No shit." "Yeah, well." Paula had moved on to chopping a potato. She was using a meat cleaver. "The first time I met you, I thought, what's that snooty bitch doing here? Why does she want to change shit when all the shit in the world benefits her?" Jane didn't have an answer anymore. She had hated her father. That's where it had started. Martin had raped her when she was a child, beaten her throughout her teenage years, terrorized her into her 20s, and Nick had given Jane a way to make it stop. Not for herself, but for other people. For Robert Juneau, for Andrew, for all the other patients who had been hurt. Jane was not strong enough to pull away from Martin for her own sake. So, Nick had contrived a plan to wrench Martin away from Jane. She put her hand to her mouth. She wanted to laugh because she had just now realized that Nick had done the same with Andrew, using the Polaroids to weaponize his anger on behalf of Jane. They were like yo-yos he could snap back with a flick of his wrist. Paula said, "Andy has everything too, but he's so conflicted about it, you know. He struggles with it." She used her teeth to tear the plastic wrap around a bundle of celery. "You never seem to struggle. But I guess that's the point with gals like you, right? All the right schools and all the right clothes and the right hair. They Pygmalion your skinny white asses from birth so you don't ever seem to struggle with anything. You know what forks to use and who painted what Mona Lisa and blah-de-da-blah. But underneath, you're just..." She clenched her hands into tight fists. "So fucking angry." Jane had never thought of herself as angry, but she understood now that it had lived just beneath the fear all along. Rage is a luxury. "Rage is a fucking narcotic." Paula laughed as she attacked the celery with her knife. "That's why Nick is so good for me. He helped me turn my rage into power." Jane felt her eyebrows go up. "You're babysitting his girlfriend while he's out planting bombs." "Shut your fucking mouth!" Paula threw the knife on the counter. "You think you're so fucking clever? You think you're better than me?" When Jane didn't answer, she demanded, "Look at me, dumb bitch! Say that to my face. Say, you're better than me. I fucking dare you." Jane turned sideways in the chair so that she was facing Paula. "Did Nick ever fuck you?" Paula's jaw dropped. She was evidently thrown by the question. Jane wasn't sure where it had come from, but now she pressed on. "It's all right if he did. I'm pretty sure he fucked Clara." Jane laughed because she could see it so clearly now. "He's always been drawn to fragile, famous women. And fragile, famous women are always drawn to guys like Nick." "That's bullshit." Jane found herself puzzled that the thought of Nick and Clara together elicited not even a flicker of jealousy. Why was Jane so okay with it? Why was all of her envy directed at Clara, who had somehow managed to get what she wanted out of Nick without losing herself completely? Jane told Paula, "I bet he didn't fuck you." She could tell from Paula's pained expression that this was true. "It's not that he wouldn't fuck you if he needed to, but you're so brazenly desperate for any show of kindness. Not giving it to you was much more effective than giving it to you, right? And it provides your drama with the villain, me, because I'm the only thing keeping him from being with you." Paula's lower lip started to tremble. "Shut up." "One of the FBI agents called it days ago. He said that Nick was just another con man running another cult so he could bed the pretty girls and play God with all the boys." "I said, shut your goddamn mouth!" The bluster had gone out of her tone. She pressed her palms to the edge of the counter. Tears dripped down her cheeks. She kept shaking her head. "You don't know. You don't know anything about us." Jane closed the lid on the metal box. There was a tiny handle on the side, too small for Andrew's hand, but Jane's fingers easily slid through the loop. She stood up from the table. Paula reached for the knife as she started to turn. Jane took a step forward. She swung the box at Paula's head. Pop, like a toy gun going off. Paula's mouth dropped open. The knife slipped from her hand. She crumpled to the floor. Jane leaned over Paula and found the steady pulse in her neck. She pressed open her eyelids. There was a milky white in her left eye, but the pupil in her right eye dilated in the harsh overhead light. Jane pushed through the swinging door, the box tucked under her arm. She walked through the living room and down the hall. Andrew was sleeping in the bedroom. The morphine bottle was empty. She shook him, saying, Andy, wake up." He turned toward her voice, a glassy look in his eyes. "What is it?" "Didn't you hear the phone?" Jane could only think of one lie that would move him. "Nick called. We have to get out of here." "Where's—" He struggled to sit up. "Where's Paula?" "She took off. There was another car parked on the road." Jane struggled to get him up. "I've got the box. We have to go, Andrew, now. Nick said we have to get out." He tried to stand. Jane had to lift him to his feet. He was so thin that holding him up was almost effortless. He asked, "Where are we going?" "We have to hurry." Jane almost dropped the metal box as she guided him down the hall, out the front door. The walk to the van seemed to take hours. She should have gagged Paula, tied her up. How long before she woke up and started screaming? Would Andrew leave if he thought they were betraying Nick and the plan? Jane couldn't risk it. "Come on," she begged her brother. "Keep moving. You can sleep in the van, all right?" "Yeah," was all he could manage between raspy breaths. Jane had to drag him the last few yards. She leaned him against the van, her knee keeping his knees from bending so that she could open the door. She was buckling him into the seat when she remembered the keys. "Stay here." Jane ran back to the house. She pushed through the door into the kitchen. Paula was on her hands and knees, head shaking like a dog. Without thinking, Jane kicked her in the face. Paula oofed out a sound, then collapsed flat to the floor. Jane patted Paula's pockets until she found the keys. She was halfway to the van when she remembered the gun in Paula's waistband. She could go back and get it. But what was the point? It was better to leave than risk giving Paula another chance to stop them. "Jay." Andrew watched her climb behind the wheel. How did they find? Selden, she told him. Clara, she backed out. She changed her mind. Nick said we have to hurry. Jane threw the van into reverse. She pressed the gas pedal to the floor as she drove back up the driveway. She checked the rearview mirror. All she saw was dust. Her heart kept pounding into her throat as she drove down the winding roads outside the farm. It wasn't until they'd finally reached the interstate that Jane felt her breathing return to normal. She looked over at Andrew. His head was lolling to the side. She counted his arduous breaths, the painful in and out as he strained for air. For the first time in almost 2 years, Jane felt at peace. An eerie calmness had taken over. This was the right thing to do. After giving herself over to Nick's insanity for so long, she was finally lucid again. Jane had been to Northwestern Hospital once before. She was in the middle of a tour and suffering from an earache. Pechenikov had driven her to the emergency room. He had fussed around her, telling the nurses that Jane was the most important patient that they would ever care for. Jane had rolled her eyes at the praise, but been secretly pleased to be handled with such care. She had loved Pechenikov so much, not just because he was a teacher, but because he was a decent and loving man. Which was likely why Nick had made Jane leave him. Why did you give it up? Because my boyfriend was jealous of a 70-year-old homosexual. An ambulance whizzed by on Jane's right. She followed it up the exit. She saw the Northwestern Memorial Hospital sign glowing in the distance. Jane, the ambulance siren had woken Andrew. What are you doing? Nick told me to take you to the hospital. She pushed up the turn signal, waited for the light. Jane. Andrew started coughing. He covered his mouth with both hands. I'm just doing what Nick told me to do, she lied. Her voice was shaking. She had to keep strong. They were so close. He made me promise, Andrew. Do you want me to break my promise to Nick? You don't. He had to stop to catch his breath. I know what that Nick didn't. Jane looked at her brother. He reached out, his fingers gently touching her neck. She glanced into the mirror, saw the bruises from Nick's hands strangling her. Andrew knew what had happened in the bathroom, that Jane had chosen to stay with him. She realized now that Nick must have given Andrew the same ultimatum. Andrew had not driven to New York with Nick. He had stayed at the farmhouse with Jane. She told her brother, We're quite a pair, aren't we? He closed his eyes. We can't, he said. Our faces. On the news. The police. It doesn't matter. Jane mumbled a curse at the red light, then another at herself. The van was the only vehicle in sight. It was the middle of the night, and she was obeying traffic laws. She pressed the gas and blew through the light. Jane. Andrew broke off for another coughing fit. You can't do this. They'll catch you. Jane took another right, followed another blue sign with a white H on it. Please. He rubbed his face with his hands, something he used to do when he was a boy and things got too frustrating for him to handle. Jane coasted through another red light. She was on autopilot now. Everything inside of her was numb again. She was a machine as much as the van, a mode of conveyance that would take her brother to the hospital so he could die peacefully in his sleep. Andrew tried. Please listen to... Another coughing fit took hold. There was no rattle, just a straining noise, as if he was trying to suck air through a reed. She said, Try to save your breath. Jane, he repeated, his voice no more than a whisper. If you leave me, you have to leave me. You can't let them catch you. You have to. His words broke off into more coughing. He looked down at his hand. There was blood. Jane swallowed back her grief. She was taking him to the hospital. They would put a tube down his throat to help him breathe. They would give him drugs to help him sleep. This was likely the last conversation they would ever have. She told him, "I'm sorry, Andy. I love you." His eyes were watering. Tears slid down his face. "I know that you love me. Even when you hated me, I know that you loved me." "I never hated you." "I forgive you, but—" He coughed. "Forgive me too, okay?" Jane pushed the van to go faster. "There's nothing to forgive you for." "I knew Janie. I knew who he was. What he was. It's my," he wheezed, "fault. My fault. I'm so—" Jane looked at him, but his eyes were closed. His head tilted back and forth with the motion of the van. "Andrew?" "I knew," he mumbled. "I knew." She banked a hard left. Her heart shook at the sight of the northwestern sign outside of the emergency room. "Andy?" Jane panicked. She couldn't hear him breathing anymore. She held onto his hand. His flesh was like ice. "We're almost there, my darling. Just hang on." His eyelids fluttered open. "Trade," he choked a cough. "Trade him." "Andy, don't try to speak." The hospital sign was getting closer. "We're almost there. Just hang on, my darling. Hang on for just a moment more." "Trade all." Andrew's eyes fluttered again. His chin dropped to his chest. Only the whistling sound of air being sucked through his teeth told her that he was still alive. The hospital. Jane almost lost control of the wheel when the tires bumped over a curb. The van fishtailed. She somehow managed to screech to a halt in front of the entrance to the ER. 2 orderlies were smoking on a nearby bench. "Help!" Jane jumped out of the van. "Help my brother, please!" The men were already off the bench. One ran back into the hospital. The other opened the van door. "He has—" Jane's voice caught. "He's infected with—" "I gotcha." The man wrapped his arms around Andrew's shoulders as he helped him out of the van. "Come on, buddy. We're going to take good care of you." Jane's tears, long dried, started to flow again. "You're all right," the man told Andrew. He sounded so kind that she wanted to fall to the ground and kiss his feet. He asked Andrew, "Can you walk? Let's go to this bench and—" "Where?" Andrew was looking for Jane. "I'm right here, my darling." She put her hand to his face. She pressed her lips to his forehead. His hand reached out. He was touching the round swell of her stomach. "Trade," he whispered. "All of them." The orderly ran back through the door with a gurney. The 2 men lifted Andrew off his feet. He was so light that they barely had to strain to get him onto the gurney. Andrew turned his head, looking for Jane. He said, "I love you." The men started to roll the gurney inside. Andrew kept his eyes on Jane for as long as he could. The doors closed. She watched through the glass as Andrew was rolled into the back of the emergency room. The double doors swung open. Nurses and doctors swarmed around him. The doors closed again, and he was gone. "They'll catch you." Jane breathed in the cool night air. No one rushed out of the hospital with a gun, telling her to get down on the ground. None of the nurses were on the phone behind the desk. She was safe. Andrew was being taken care of. She could leave now. No one knew where she was. No one could find her unless she wanted to be found. Jane walked back to the van. She closed the passenger side door. She climbed back behind the wheel. The engine was still running. She tried to remember everything Andrew had said. Moments before, she had been talking to her brother. And now, Jane knew that she would never hear Andrew's voice ever again. She put the car in gear. Jane drove aimlessly, passing the marked parking spaces for the emergency room, passing the parking deck for the hospital, for the university, for the shopping center at the end of the street. Canada. The forger. Jane could create a new life for herself and her child. The $250,000 in cash was probably still in the back of the van, the small cooler, the thermos of water, the box of Slim Jims, the blanket, the futon. Toronto was just over 8 hours away. Skirt around the top of Indiana, through Michigan, then into Canada. That had been the plan after Nick's triumphant return from New York. They would stay in the farmhouse for a few weeks during the fallout from the bombings, then drive into Canada, buy more documents from the forger on East Kelly Street, and fly to Switzerland. Nick had thought of everything. A horn beeped behind Jane. She startled at the noise. She'd stopped in the middle of the road. Jane looked in the rearview mirror. The man behind her was waving his fist. She waved back an apology, pressing the gas pedal. The angry driver passed her for no reason other than to prove that he could. Jane drove another few yards, but then she slowed the van and followed a sign toward a long-term parking garage. The temperature inside the van cooled as she spiraled down the ramp. She located a spot between two sedans on the lowest basement level. She backed into the space. She checked to make sure she wasn't being watched. No cameras on the walls. No two-way mirrors. Nick's precious metal box was on the floor between the seats. Jane tucked it under her arm, just as her brother always had. She crouched as she made her way into the back of the van. The padlock hung from the box that was bolted to the floor. 6-12-32. They all knew the combination. The cash was still there, the thermos, the cooler, the box of Slim Jims. Jane added Nick's box to the stash. She peeled off $300, then closed the lid. She spun the lock, she got out of the van, she walked around to the back. The steel bumper was hollow inside. Jane balanced the key on the rim. Then she walked back up the winding ramp. There was no after-hours parking attendant, just a stack of envelopes and a mail drop. Jane wrote down the space number for the van, then put the $300 in the envelope. Enough for the van to park for 1 month. Outside, she followed the cold breeze to Lake Michigan, her thin blouse whipped in the wind. Jane could remember the first time she'd flown into Milwaukee to play at the Performing Arts Center. She had thought the plane had overshot its mark and ended up at the Atlantic because, even from 20,000 feet, she could not see the edge of the massive lake. Pechenikov had told her that you could take the entire island of Great Britain and put it in the lake without the edges touching the sides. Jane was shaken by a deep and unwelcome sadness. Part of her had thought, had hoped, that one day she would be able to go back. To performing, to Pechenikov. Not anymore. Her touring days were over. She would probably never fly in an airplane again. She would never tour again, perform again. She laughed at a sudden revelation. The last notes she had played on the piano were the jumpy, glib opening bars to a-ha's Take on Me. The hospital's waiting room was packed. Jane became aware of how she must look. Her hair had not been washed in days. She had blood on her clothes. Her nose felt broken. Black bruises had come up around her neck. Probably the familiar pinprick dots of broken blood vessels riddled the whites of her eyes. She could see the questions in the nurse's eyes. Battered woman? Junkie? Call girl? Sister was the only title left to her. She found Andrew behind a curtain in the back of the emergency room. They had finally intubated him. Jane was glad that he could breathe, but she understood that she would never, ever hear his voice again. He would never tease her or make a joke about her weight or meet the baby that was growing inside of her. The only thing that Jane could do for her brother now was hold his hand and listen to the monitor announce the ever-slowing beats of his heart. She held on to him while they wheeled him to the elevator. When they took him to his room in the ICU, She refused to leave his side even after the nurses told her that visitors were not allowed to stay more than 20 minutes at a time. There were no windows in Andrew's room. The only glass was the window and sliding door that looked onto the nurses' station. Jane had never had track of the time, so she didn't know how long it took for someone, a doctor, an orderly, a nurse, to recognize their faces. The tone of their voices changed. Then, a lone policeman appeared outside the closed glass door. He didn't come inside. No one came into Andrew's small room but the ICU nurse, whose previously chatty demeanor was gone. Jane waited for an hour, then another hour. Then she lost count. There were no agents from the CIA, NSA, Secret Service, FBI, Interpol. There was no one to stop Jane when she put her head beside Andrew's on the bed. She put her lips to his ear. How many times had Nick done the same thing to her? Put his mouth close, confided in Jane in such a way that made her believe they were the only two people who mattered in the world. "I'm pregnant," she told her brother, the first time she had said the words aloud to anyone. "And I'm happy. I'm so happy, Andy, that I'm going to have a baby." Andrew's eyes moved beneath his eyelids, but the nurse had told Jane not to read too much into it. He was in a coma. He would not wake up again. There was no way for Jane to know whether or not her brother knew she was there. But Jane knew she was there, and that was all that mattered. "I will never let anyone hurt you ever again." Jinx. Her older brother was standing in the doorway. Jane should have guessed that Jasper would eventually find his way here. Her big brother always swooped in to save her. She wanted to stand up and hug him, but she didn't have the strength to do more than slump into the chair. Jasper looked equally incapacitated as he closed the sliding glass door. The cop gave him a nod before walking across the hall to the nurse's station. It was the Air Force uniform, wrinkled but still impressive. Jasper obviously hadn't changed since she'd last seen him in the parlor of the Presidio Heights house. He turned around, his mouth a clenched straight line. Jane felt sick with guilt. Jasper's skin was ashen, his hair was cowlicked in the back, his tie was askew. He must have come straight from the airport after the 4-hour flight from San Francisco. 4 hours in the air, 30 hours in the van, 12 hours to New York. Nick had to be in Brooklyn by now. Jasper asked, "Are you all right?" Jane would have wept if she'd had any tears left. She held onto Andrew's hand and reached out to Jasper with the other. "I'm glad you're here." He held her fingers for a moment before letting them go. He walked back a few steps. He leaned against the wall. She expected him to ask about her part in Martin's murder, but instead he told Jane, "A bomb went off at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange." The information sounded strange coming out of his mouth. They had planned it for so long, and now it had actually happened. Jasper said, "At least one person's dead. Another was critically injured. The cops think they were trying to set the detonator when the bomb went off." Spinner and Wyman. He said, "That's the only reason the police aren't swarming all over you right now. Every guy with a badge or a uniform is over there trying to pick through the pieces in case there are more casualties." Jane held tight to Andrew's hand. His face was slack, his skin the same color as the sheets. She said, "Jasper, Andy is—" "I know about Andrew." Jasper's tone was flat, indecipherable. He had not once looked at Andrew since he'd walked into the room. "We have to talk, you and I." Jane knew he was going to ask her about Martin. She looked at Andrew because she did not want to see the hope then disappointment, then disgust in Jasper's face. He said, "Nick is a fraud. His name isn't even Nick." Jane's head swiveled around. "That FBI agent, Danbury, he told me that Nick's real name is Clayton Morrow. They identified him through the fingerprints in your bedroom." Jane was without words. "The real Nicholas Harp died of an overdose 6 years ago, his first day at Stanford. I've seen the death certificate. It was heroin." The real Nicholas Harp? The real Nick's drug dealer, Clayton Morrow, assumed his identity. Do you understand what I'm saying, Jinx? Nick isn't really Nick. His real name is Clayton Morrow. He stole a dead man's identity. Maybe he even gave Harp the fatal overdose. Who knows what he's capable of? Stole a dead man's identity? Clayton Morrow grew up in Maryland. His father's a pilot with Eastern. His mother is the president of the PTA. He's got 4 younger brothers and a sister. The state police believe he murdered his girlfriend. Her neck was broken. She was beaten so badly they had to use dental films to identify her body. Her neck was broken. Jinx, I need you to tell me you understand what I'm saying. Jasper had slid down the wall, rested his elbows on his knees so he could be at her level. The man you know as Nick lied to us. He lied to us all. But Jane struggled to make sense of what he'd said. Agent Barlow told us all in the parlor that Nick's mother had sent him to California to live with his grandmother. That's the same story Nick told us. The real Nick's mother sent him out west. Jasper worked to keep the frustration out of his voice. He knocked up a girl back home. They didn't want his life to be over. They sent him out here to live with his grandmother. That part was true, about the move, but the rest was just bullshit to make us feel sorry for him. Jane had no more questions because none of this felt real. The prostitute mother, the abusive grandmother, the year of homelessness, the triumphant acceptance to Stanford. Jasper said, "Don't you see that Clayton Morrow used just enough of the real Nick's story to make the lies he told us believable?" He waited, but Jane still had no words. "Do you hear what I'm saying, Jinx? Nick, or Clayton Morrow, or whoever he is a fraud. He lied to all of us. He was nothing but a drug dealer and a con man." Just another con man running another cult so he could bed the pretty girls and play God with all the boys. Jane felt a noise force its way out of her throat. Not grief, but laughter. She heard the sound bounce around the tiny room, so incongruous with the machines and pumps. She put her hand to her mouth. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her stomach muscles cramped, she laughed so hard. Christ. Jasper stood back up. He was looking at her as if she had lost her mind. "Jinx, this is serious. You're going to go to prison if you don't make a deal." Jane wiped her eyes. She looked at Andrew, so close to death that his flesh was nearly translucent. This was what he'd been trying to tell Jane in the van. The real Nick had been his assigned roommate at Stanford. She could easily see Nick persuading Andrew to play along, just as she could see Andrew doing whatever it took to befriend the dead man's drug dealer. She wiped her eyes again. She held tight to Andrew's hand. None of it mattered. She forgave him everything, just as he had forgiven her. "What is wrong with you?" Jasper asked. "You're laughing about the asshole who murdered our father." Now he was finally getting to the point. She said, "Laura Juneau murdered our father." "You think anybody in that fucking cult makes a move without his orders?" Jasper hissed out the words between clenched teeth. "This is serious, Jinx. Get yourself together. If you want to have anything like a normal life, you're going to have to turn your back on the troops." Troops? They've already captured that idiot woman from San Francisco. She stole a car and shot at a police officer." He loosened his tie as he paced the tiny room. "You have to talk before she does. They'll give a deal to the first person who squeals. If we're going to save your life, we have to act fast." Jane watched her brother's nervous pacing. Sweat was pouring off of him. He looked agitated, which for anyone else would be a typical response. But Jasper's greatest gift was his ability to always keep his cool. Jane could count on one hand the number of times Jasper had really lost it. For the first time in hours, she let go of Andrew's hand. She stood to tuck the blanket around him. She pressed her lips to his cool forehead. She wished for a moment that she could see into his mind, because he had clearly known so much more than her. She told Jasper, "You called them troops." Jasper stopped pacing. "What?" "You were in the Air Force for 15 years. You were still in the reserves. You wouldn't dishonor that word by using it to describe the members of a cult." In her mind, Jane could see Nick clapping together his hands, preparing to deliver one of his rallying speeches. "That's what Nick calls us. His troops." Jasper might have called her bluff, but he couldn't stop himself from nervously glancing at the cop across the hallway. Jane said, "You knew about it. Oslo, at least." He shook his head, but it made sense that Nick had found a way to pull him into their folly. Jasper had left the Air Force to run the company. Martin kept promising to step aside, but then the deadline would come, and he would find another excuse to stay. She said, "Tell me the truth, Jasper. I need to hear you say it." "Stop talking." His voice was barely more than a whisper. He closed the space between them, his face inches from hers. "I'm trying to help you out of this." "Did you give money?" Jane asked, because a lot of people had given money to the cause. Of all of them, only Jasper would personally benefit from Martin's public humiliation. He said, "Why would I give that asshole money?" Jasper's haughtiness gave him away. She had watched him use it as a weapon her entire life, but he had never, ever directed it toward Jane. She told him taking the company public would have been a lot more lucrative if Father was forced to resign. All of his essays and speeches about the Queller correction made him too controversial. Jasper's jaw worked. She could tell from his face that she was right. "Nick was bribing you," Jane guessed. The stupid metal box with Nick's trophies. How smug he must have been when he told Jasper he'd stolen the forms right under his nose. "Tell me the truth, Jasper." His eyes went back to the cop. The man was still across the hall talking to a nurse. Jane said, "I'm on your side whether you believe me or not. I never wanted you to get hurt. I only found out about the papers before everything went to hell." Jasper cleared his throat. "What papers?" Jane wanted to roll her eyes. There was no point to this game. "Nick stole the intervening reports with your signature on them. You verified billing for patients who were dead, like Robert Juneau, or ones who had already left the program. That's fraud. Nick had you dead to rights, and I know he used it to—" Jasper's expression was almost comical in its astonishment. His eyebrows shot up. The whites of his eyes were completely visible. His mouth opened in a perfect circle. "You didn't know?" Even as she asked the question, Jane knew the answer. Nick had double-crossed her brother. He hadn't been content to take his money. Jasper had to pay for snubbing Nick at the dinner table, looking down his nose, asking pointed questions about Nick's background, making it clear that he was not one of us. "Christ." Jasper pressed his hands to the wall. His face had gone completely white. "I think I'm going to be sick." "I'm sorry, Jasper, but it's all right." I'll go to prison. You won't go anywhere. Jane rubbed his back, tried to assuage his fears. Jasper, I have the... Please. He grabbed her arms, suddenly desperate. You have to support me. Whatever Nick says, you have to... Jasper, I have... Shut up, Jinx, listen to me. It was Andrew, all right? He finally looked at their brother, dying only a few feet away. We'll tell them it was all Andrew. Jane concentrated on the pain from his fingers gouging into her skin. He forged my signature on the reports, Jasper decided. He's done it before. He's forged Father's signature on school forms, checks, credit card slips. There's a long history we can document. I know Father kept everything in a safe. I'm sure they... No, Jane said, firmly enough to be heard. I'm not going to let you do that to Andrew. He's dying, Jinx. What does it matter? His legacy matters. His reputation. Are you fucking nuts? Jasper shook her so hard her teeth clicked together. Andrew's legacy is just like the rest of them. He was a faggot, and he's dying a faggot's death. Jane tried to pull away, but Jasper held her in his grip. Do you know how many times I rescued him from yet another fag in the Tenderloin? How much cash I gave him so he could pay off whatever twink was threatening to go to Father? Ellis Ann doesn't have AIDS because Andy could never get it up to screw her. Jasper finally let her go. He put his hand to his forehead. Christ, Jinx, you never wondered why Nick would stick his tongue down your throat or grab your ass whenever Andrew was around? He was taunting him. We all saw it, even Mother. Jane saw it now. More signs that she had missed. She laced her fingers through Andrew's again. She looked at his ravaged face. She had never noticed before, but his forehead had premature lines from his constant worrying. Why had he never told Jane? She wouldn't have stopped loving him. Maybe she would have loved him more because suddenly his lifetime of self-hatred and torture made sense. She told Jasper, It doesn't matter. I won't dishonor his death. Andy's the one who dishonored his death, Jasper said. Don't you see he's getting exactly what he deserves? With any luck, all of them will. Jane felt ice shoot through her veins. How can you say that? He's still our brother. Think for a minute. Jasper had collected himself. He was back to trying to control everything. Andy can finally be useful to both of us. You can tell the cops that he and Nick kidnapped you. Look at you, your nose is probably broken. Somebody tried to strangle the life out of you. Andy let it happen. He helped murder our father. He didn't care that people were going to die. He didn't try to stop it. We can't. What's happening to him now is a correction. Jasper invoked Martin Queller's theory as if it was suddenly gospel. We have to accept that our brother is an abomination. He defied the natural order. He fell in love with Nick. He brought him into our house. You should have let Andy rot in the street. I should have let him hang in the basement. None of this would have happened without his disgusting perversion. Jane could barely look at this man she had admired her entire life. She'd contorted herself to defend him. She had fought with Andrew to keep him out of harm's way. Jasper said, Save yourself, Jinx. Save me. We can still pull this family's name out of the gutter. In 6 months, maybe a year, we can take the company public. It won't be easy, but it will work if we stick together. Andrew's nothing more than a pus we have to drain from the Queller line. Jane sank down onto Andrew's bed, her hand resting on his leg. She silently repeated Jasper's words because in the future, if she ever wavered about never talking to her brother again, she wanted to remember in detail everything he had said. She told him, I have the paperwork, Jasper. All of it. I'll testify in front of any judge that it's your signature. I'll tell them that you knew about Oslo, and I'll tell them that you wanted to frame Andrew for everything. Jasper stared at her. How can you choose him over me? Jane was sick of men thinking they could give her ultimatums. I've been standing here listening to you try to justify your crimes and talk about Andrew as if he's an aberration, but it's you I'm most ashamed of. He huffed a disgusted laugh. You're judging me? You went along with Oslo because you wanted power and money and the private jets and another Porsche, and the only way you could take control was to get Father out of the way. That makes you worse than all of us combined. At least we did it because it was something that we believed in. You did it for greed. Jasper walked toward the door. Jane thought he was going to leave, but instead he closed the curtain across the glass. The cop lifted his chin to make sure everything was okay. Jasper waved him off again. He turned around. He smoothed down his tie. He told Jane, "You don't understand how this works. Tell me. Everything you said is true? Father's academic bullshit was jeopardizing our valuation on the stock exchange. We were going to lose millions. Our investors wanted him to go, but he was refusing. So you thought the dye packs would do the trick? There's no trick to this, Jinx. These are very, very wealthy men we're dealing with. They will be very pissed off if they lose their money because of a spoiled little bitch who can't keep her mouth shut." I'm going to prison, Jasper. Hearing the words out loud didn't scare her as much as she thought they would. I'm going to tell the FBI everything we did. I don't care about the collateral damage. The only way to atone for our atrocities is to stand up and tell the truth. Are you really so stupid that you think they can't kill us in prison? They? The investors. He looked at her as if she was a stubborn child to be dealt with. I know too much. It's not just the fraud. You have no idea what kind of crooked shit Father was doing to inflate the numbers. I won't make it to lockup, Jinx. They can't risk making a deal to save my ass. They'll kill me, and then they'll kill you. They're wealthy men, not thugs. We are wealthy, Jinx. Look at what Father did to Robert Juneau. Look at what all three of us did to him. He lowered his voice. Do you really think we're the only family in the world that is capable of conspiring to murder our enemies in cold blood? He was hovering over her. Jane stood up to make him back away. He said, You will be signing your death warrant if you say one word against them. He jabbed his finger into her chest. They'll chase you down and put a bullet in your head. Jane's hand fluttered to her stomach. Trade him. I'm not fucking around, Jasper said. Do you think I am? It's not just me I have to think about. Jasper glanced down at her stomach. He had figured it out, too. That's why you need to carefully consider what you're doing. They don't have daycare in prison. Trade all of them. He said, These men, they've got long fucking memories. If you go against them, what time is it? What? She turned his hand so she could see his watch. 3:09 a.m. Is this Chicago time? You know I always change it when I land. She dropped his hand. You need to go home, Jasper. I never want to see you again. He looked stunned. Live your corrupt life. Fuck over whoever you want. Keep your dangerous men happy, but remember, I have those papers, and I can blow up your life and their lives any time I please. Don't do this. What I do is no longer your business. I don't need you to save me. I'm saving myself. He laughed. Then he saw she was serious. I hope you're right, Jinx. Because if any of your shit blows back on me, I will not hesitate to tell them how to find you. You made your choice. You're damn right I did, Jane told him. And if anybody comes looking for me, I'll use those papers to make sure you go down right beside me. Jane pulled back the privacy curtain. She slid open the glass door. The cop had already turned around. His hand was on his gun. She told him, "Tell the FBI they've got less than 3 hours to offer me a deal, or there's going to be a massive explosion in New York City." August 26th, 2018. 15. Andy felt the tip of her finger slip through the hole in her skin. She had been shot. She leaned her head back against the wall. She sucked in air through her teeth and tried not to pass out. Edwin Van Wees was on the floor of his office. Broken glass was scattered around his body. Pieces of paper, blood. The MacBook that Andy had used to find out about her mother. Laura. Andy reached out, her fingers brushing the edge of the burner phone. The screen was cracked. She closed her eyes, concentrated on listening. Was that her mother's voice? Was she still on the phone? A woman's scream came from the other side of the house. Andy's heart stopped. The second scream was louder, abruptly cut off by a loud smack. Andy clamped her jaw shut so she would not scream too. Clara. Andy couldn't stay frozen this time. She had to do something. Her legs shook as she tried to push herself up against the wall. The pain almost ripped her open. She had to hunch over to stop the cramping. Blood dribbled from the bullet hole in her side. Andy's legs shook as she tried to move forward. This was her fault. All of it. Laura had warned her to be careful, and still, Andy had led them here. They. To kill Edwin. To kill Clara. Andy's shoulder slid along the wall as she tried to find Clara, to give herself up, to stop this awful mess she had made. Her feet got caught up on the rug, pain sliced into her side, her head bumped against the photographs that lined the hallway. She had to stop to catch her breath. Her eyes kept going in and out of focus. She stared at the pictures on the wall, different frames, different poses, some color, some black and white. Clara and Edwin, with two women around Andy's age. A few snapshots of the women when they were younger, in high school, in kindergarten, and then toddler Andy in the snow. Andy felt numb as she stared at the image of her younger self. Was it Edwin's hand she had been holding? The adjacent photo showed baby Andy sitting in Clara and Edwin's lap. Laura had cut Andy out of their lives and superimposed her onto the stock photo of the fake Randall grandparents. Nice, right? Andy turned her head. She had been expecting to find Mike, but it was a woman's voice. A woman she knew all too well. Paula Kunda stood at the end of the hallway. She pointed a familiar-looking revolver at Andy. Thanks for leaving this for me in your car. Did you rub off the serial number, or was that Mommy? Andy didn't answer. She couldn't catch her breath. You're hyperventilating, Paula said. Pick up the phone. Andy turned her head. The burner phone was on the floor behind her. In the stillness, she could hear her mother wailing. Jesus. Paula stomped down the hall, scooped up the phone, and held it to her ear. Shut up, dumb bitch. Laura didn't shut up. Her tinny voice was vibrating with rage. Paula turned on the speakerphone. Touch a fucking hair on her! She's dying. Paula smiled at Laura's abrupt silence. She held the phone under Andy's chin. Tell her, sweetheart. Andy clutched her hand to her side. She could feel the blood seeping out of her. Andrea? Laura said. Please talk to... Mom? Oh, my darling, Laura cried. Are you okay? Andy broke down, a strangled cry coming from deep inside her body. Mom? What happened? Please, oh God, please tell me you're okay. Andy didn't know if she could get the words out. I was shot. She shot me in the... That's enough. Paula raised the gun and Andy went silent. She told Laura, "You know what I want, dumb bitch." "Edwin is dead." Paula raised her eyebrows at Andy, as if this was a game. "You stupid fucking idiot," Laura hissed. "He's the only one who knows." "Shut up with your bullshit," Paula said. "You know where it is. How much time do you need?" "I can—" Laura stopped. 2 days. "Sure, no problem." Paula grinned at Andy. "Maybe your kid will go into shock before she bleeds out." "You fucking cunt." Andy was rattled by the hateful words. She had never heard her mother like this. Laura said, "I will slice open your fucking throat if you hurt my daughter. Do you understand me?" "You dumb bitch," Paula said. "I'm hurting her right now." Andy saw a flash. Everything went black. Andy was aware that something was wrong even before she opened her eyes. There was not a moment where it all came back to her, because she had never for a moment forgotten what had happened. She had been shot. She was inside the trunk of a car. Her hands and feet were bound by some configuration of handcuffs. A towel was duct-taped around her waist to stanch the bleeding. The gag in her mouth had a rubber ball that made it hard for her to breathe because her nose was filled with blood from being pistol-whipped into unconsciousness. As with everything else, Andy could recall the blows from the revolver. She hadn't really blacked out. She had felt more as if she'd been caught between the edge of sleep and wakefulness. When Andy was in art school, she had craved that stasis because it was where she found her best ideas. Her mind seemingly blank, but still working through the various shades of black and white she would elicit from her pencil. Did she have a concussion? She should have been panicked, but the panic had gurgled back down like water circling a drain. An hour ago? 2 hours? Now her only overriding feeling was intense discomfort. Her lip was split. Her cheek felt bruised. Her eye was swollen. Her hands were numb. Her wrists had fallen asleep. If she lay the right way, if she kept her spine bent, if her breathing remained shallow, the burning in her side was manageable. The guilt was another matter. In her head, Andy kept playing back what happened inside the farmhouse, trying to identify the point at which everything had gone wrong. Edwin had told her to leave. Could Andy have left before the front of his shirt was ripped open by the bullets riddling his back? She squeezed her eyes shut. Click, 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 click. The revolver cylinder spinning. Andy tried to analyze Clara's 2 different screams, the startled quality of the first one, the smack that had cut off the second one. Not a hand slapping or a fist punching. Paula had struck Andy with a revolver. Had Clara suffered a similar fate? Had she awoken, dazed, in her own kitchen, walking down the hallway and found Edwin lying dead? Or had she never opened her eyes again? Andy cried out as the car hit a bump in the road. Paula slowed for a turn. Andy felt the change in speed, the pull of gravity. The glow of the brake lights filled the darkness. Andy saw the stub of the emergency trunk release that Paula had cut off so that Andy could not escape. They were in a rental car with Texas plates. Andy had seen as much when she'd been shoved into the trunk. Paula couldn't fly with a gun. She must have driven from Austin, the same as Andy, but Andy had been checking sporadically for Mike, which meant that Paula had known exactly where Andy would eventually end up. She had played right into the bitch's hands. Andy tasted bile in her throat. Why hadn't she listened to her mother? The car slowed again, but this time came to a full stop. Paula had stopped once before, 20 minutes ago? 30? Andy wasn't sure. She had tried to keep count, but her eyes kept closing. and she'd end up having to jerk herself awake and start all over again. Was she dying? Her brain felt weirdly indifferent to everything that was happening. She was terrified, but her heart was not pounding. Her hands were not sweating. She was hurting, but she wasn't hyperventilating, or crying, or begging for it to stop. Was she in shock? Andy heard the clicking of a turn signal. The car wheels bumped onto a gravel road. She tried not to remember all the horror movies that started with a car driving down a gravel road to a deserted campsite or an abandoned shack. No. She said the word aloud into the darkness of the trunk. She would not let her panic ramp up again, because it would only make her blind to any opportunities of escape. Andy was being held hostage. Laura had something that Paula wanted. Paula would not kill Andy until she got that thing. Right? The brakes whined as the car stopped again. This time the engine turned off. The driver's side door opened, then closed. Andy waited for the trunk to open. She had gone through all kinds of scenarios in her head of what she was going to do when she saw Paula again, primary among them, to raise her feet and kick the bitch in the face. The problem was, you needed stomach muscles to raise your feet, and Andy could barely breathe without feeling like a blowtorch was blazing open her side. She let her head rest on the floor of the trunk. She listened for sounds. All she could hear was the engine block cooling. Click, 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 click. Like the cylinder spinning in the gun, but slower. Andy started counting to give herself something to do. Being stuck in the Reliant, then Mike's truck, for so many hours had made her the type of person who said things out loud just to break the monotony. 1, she mumbled. 2, 3. She was at 985 when the trunk finally opened. Andy blinked. It was dark outside, no moon in the sky. The only light came from the stairwell across from the open trunk. She had no idea where they were, except for another shitty motel in another shitty town. Look at me. Paula jammed the revolver underneath Andy's chin. Don't fuck with me or I'll shoot you again, all right? Andy nodded. Paula tucked the gun into the waist of her jeans. She worked the keys into the handcuffs. Andy groaned with relief when her arms and legs were finally released. She clawed at the ball gag. The pink leather strap snapped in the back. It looked like something from a 50 Shades of Grey catalog. Paula had the revolver out again. She glanced around the parking lot. Get out and keep your mouth shut. Andy tried to move, but the wound and her long confinement made it impossible. Christ! Paula jerked Andy up by her arm. Andy could only roll, falling against the bumper and stumbling to the ground. There was so much pain in her body that she could not locate one source. Blood dribbled from her mouth. She had bitten her own tongue. Her feet were beset by pins and needles as the circulation returned. Stand up. Paula grabbed Andy's arm and pulled her to her feet. Andy howled, bending over at the waist to stop the spasms. Stop whining, Paula said. Put this on. Andy recognized the white polo button-down from the blue Samsonite suitcase, part of Laura's go-bag from the Carrollton storage unit. Hurry. Paula looked around the parking lot again as she helped Andy into the shirt. If you're thinking about screaming, don't. I can't shoot you, but I can shoot anybody who tries to help you. Andy started on the buttons. What did you do to Clara? Your second mommy, she chuckled at Andy's expression. She raised you for almost 2 years, her and Edwin. Did you know that? Andy was desperate not to give her a reaction. She kept her head down, watched her fingers work the buttons. Had Edwin looked at her like a father because he was her father? Paula said, They wanted to keep you, but Jane took you for herself because that's the kind of selfish bitch she is. Paula was watching Andy carefully. Seems like you're not surprised to hear that your mother's real name is Jane. Why did you kill Edwin? Jesus, kid. She grabbed some handcuffs from the trunk. Did you go through your entire life with a fishhook in your mouth? Jane mumbled. Evidently. Paula slammed the trunk shut. She picked up 2 plastic bags in one hand. The gun went into the waist of her jeans, but she kept her hand on the grip. Move. Is Edwin? Andy tried to think of a clever way of tricking her into admitting the truth. But her brain was incapable of any acrobatics. Is he my father? If he was your father, I would have already shot you in the chest and shit in the hole. She waved for Andy to get moving. Up the stairs. Andy found walking relatively easy, but climbing the stairs almost cut her in two. She kept her hand on her side, but there was no way to stop the feeling of a knife twisting her flesh. Each time she lifted her foot, she wanted to scream. Screaming would probably bring people out of their rooms, then Paula would shoot them, then Andy would have more than Edwin Van Wees and Clara Bellamy's deaths on her conscience. Left, Paula said. Andy walked down a long, dark hallway. Shadows danced in front of her eyes. The nausea had returned. The dull pain had become sharp again. She had to put her hand to the wall so she would not trip or fall over. Why was she going along with everything like a lemming? Why didn't she scream in the parking lot? People didn't run out to help anymore. They would call the police, and then the police would... Here. Paula waved the key card to open the door. Andy entered the room ahead of her. The lights were already on. 2 queen-sized beds, a television, a desk, a small bistro table with 2 matching chairs. The bathroom was by the door. The curtains were closed on the window that probably looked out into the parking lot. Paula dropped the plastic grocery bags onto the table, bottles of water, fruit, potato chips. Andy sniffed. Blood rolled down her throat. She felt like the entire left side of her face was filled with hot water. All right. Paula's hand rested on the butt of the gun. Go ahead and holler if you want. The entire wing is empty, and anyway, this ain't the kind of hotel where people worry if they hear a gal begging for help. Andy stared all of her hate into the woman. Paula grinned, feeding off the rage. If you need to piss, do it now. I won't offer again. Andy tried to close the bathroom door, but Paula stopped her. She watched Andy labor to sit on the toilet without using her stomach muscles. A yelp slipped from Andy's lips as her ass hit the seat. She had to lean over her knees to keep the pain at bay. Normally, Andy's bladder was shy, but after so long in the car, she had no problem going. Standing was another matter. Her knees started to straighten, and then she was back on the toilet, groaning. Fuck's sakes. Paula yanked up Andy by the armpit. She zipped and buttoned Andy's jeans like she was 3, then shoved her into the room. Go sit down at the table. Andy kept her back bent as she navigated her way into the rickety chair. The side of her body lit up like a bolt of lightning. Paula shoved the chair underneath the table. You need to do what I say when I say it. Fuck you. The words slipped out before Andy could stop them. Fuck you too. Paula grabbed Andy's left arm. She clamped a handcuff on her wrist, then jerked her hand under the table and attached the cuff to the metal base. Andy pulled at the restraint. The table rattled. She pressed her forehead to the top. Why hadn't she gone to Idaho? Paula said, If your mother caught the first flight out, she won't be here for at least another 2 hours. She found an ibuprofen bottle in one of the bags. She used her teeth to rip off the safety seal. How bad does it hurt? Like I'd been shot, you fucking psycho. Fair enough. Instead of being mad, Paula seemed delighted by Andy's anger. She put 4 gel caps on the table. She opened one of the bottles of water. Barbecue or regular? Andy stared at her. Paula held up 2 bags of potato chips. You have to eat something or you'll get a tummy ache from the pills. Andy didn't know what to say, but barbecue. Paula opened the bag with help from her teeth. She unwrapped 2 sandwiches. Mustard and mayo? Andy nodded, watching the madwoman who'd shot and kidnapped her use a plastic knife to spread mayonnaise and mustard onto the bread of her turkey sandwich. Why was this happening? Eat at least half. Paula slid over the sandwich and started adding mustard to her own. I mean it, kid, half. Then you can take the pills. Andy picked it up, but she had an idiotic flash of the sandwich squirting out of the hole in her side, and then she remembered. "You're not supposed to eat before surgery." Paula stared at her. "The bullet, I mean, when my mom gets here and—"
"They won't operate. Easier to let the bullet stay inside. It's infection you should be worried about. That shit'll kill you."
Paula turned on the television. She channeled around until she found Animal Planet, then muted the sound. Pit bulls and parolees.
"This is a good episode."
Paula swiveled back around. She squirted mayonnaise onto her sandwich.
"I wish they'd had this program at Danbury."
Andy watched her use the plastic knife to evenly spread the mayo across the bread. This should have felt strange, but it didn't feel strange. Why would it? Andy had started the week by watching her mother kill a kid. Then Andy had murdered a gun for hire. Then she was on the run and kicking a thug in the balls and getting one, maybe two more people killed. So why wouldn't it feel natural to be handcuffed to a table watching parolees try to reform abused animals with a psycho ex-con college professor? Paula pressed the sandwich back together. She tugged at the scarf around her neck, the same scarf she had been wearing 2.5 days ago in Austin. Andy said, "I thought you'd been suffocated." Paula took a large bite. She spoke with her mouth full.
"I'm getting a cold. You gotta keep your neck warm to stop the coughing."
Andy didn't bother to correct the asinine health advice. "A cold," explained Paula's raspy voice, but Andy said, "Your eye."
"Your fucking mother."
Food dropped from Paula's mouth, but she kept talking.
"She whacked me in the head. They didn't do shit for me in jail. The left one went white. I got an infection in the right one, still sensitive to light, so that's why I wear the sunglasses. Thanks to your mom, that's been my look for 32 years.
Interesting math. Paula said,
"What else you want to know?"
Andy felt like she had nothing left to lose. She asked, "You sent the guy to Mom's house, right? To torture her?"
"Samuel Godfrey Beckett,"
Paula snorted, then coughed when the sandwich went down the wrong way.
"Worth the money just for his stupid name. I thought for sure Jane would give it up. She's never been good at confrontation. Then again, she killed that kid in the diner. I about shit myself when I recognized her face on the news. Fucking Laura Oliver, living on a goddamn beach while the rest of us rotted in jail."
Andy pressed her tongue to the roof of her mouth. The gun was still tucked into Paula's jeans, but her hands were occupied with eating. Could Andy push the table into Paula's gut, reach over with her free hand and grab the gun?
"What else, kid?"
Andy mentally walked herself through the motions. None of them worked out. Her handcuffed wrist was stretched too far under the table. She would end up impaling herself if she reached for the gun with her free hand.
"Come on."
Paula bit off another chunk of sandwich.
"Ask me all the questions you can't ask your mother."
Andy looked away, at the ugly floral bedspread, at the door almost 20 feet away. Paula was offering her everything, but after searching for so long, Andy didn't just want answers. She wanted an explanation, and that was something she could only get from her mother. Paula looked for a napkin in the bag.
"You turning shy on me?"
Andy did not want to, but she asked, "How will I know you're telling the truth?"
"I'm more honest than that whore you call a mother."
Andy chewed at the tip of her already sore tongue to keep from lashing out. "Who did you kill?"
"Some bitch who tried to stab me in prison. They couldn't prosecute me for Norway. Maplecroft wasn't my fault. Corder was the one who snatched her. The other stuff wasn't on me."
She stopped to chew.
"I pleaded guilty to fleeing the scene of a crime. That got me 6 years. The bitch I shivved was self-defense, but they took me up to 2 dimes. Ask another question."
"How did you get your job at the university?"
"They were looking for a diversity hire, and I lucked up with my sad sack reformed felon story. Ask another."
"Is Clara okay?"
"Ha! Good try. How about this? Why do I hate your dumb bitch of a mother?"
Andy waited, but Paula was waiting too. Andy made her tone as bored and disinterested as she could, asking, "Why do you hate my mother?"
"She turned on us. All of us except Edwin and Clara, but that was only because she wanted to control them."
Paula waited for a reaction that Andy could not give her.
"Jane was put into witness protection in exchange for her testimony. She got a sweetheart deal because the clock was literally ticking. We had another bomb ready to go, but her big fucking mouth stopped it all."
Andy searched Paula's expression for guile, but she saw none. Witness protection. Andy tried to wrap her brain around the information to figure out how it made her feel. Laura had lied to her, but Andy had become accustomed to the fact that her mother lied. Maybe what she was feeling was a slight sense of relief. All of this time, Andy had assumed that Laura was a criminal. And she was a criminal, but she had actually done something good by turning them all in. Right?
Paula said, "The pigs still put her in prison for 2 years. They can do that, you know. Even with witness protection. And Jane did some heinous shit. We all did. But we did it for a cause. Jane did it because she was a spoiled bitch who got bored spending her daddy's money."
"Quellcorp," Andy said.
"Billions," Paula said. "All from the suffering and exploitation of the sick."
"So you're holding me ransom for money?"
"Hell no! I don't want her fucking blood money. This has nothing to do with Quellcorp. The family divested years ago. None of them have anything to do with it, except raking in the dough from their stock options."
Andy wondered if that's where the cash came from in the Reliant. You had to pay taxes on stock gains, but if Laura was in witness protection, then everything would be above board. Right?
Paula said, "Jane never told you any of this?"
Andy didn't bother to confirm what the woman already knew.
"Did she tell you who your father is?"
Andy kept her mouth shut. She knew who her father was.
"Don't you want to know?"
Gordon was her father. He had raised her, taken care of her, put up with her maddening silences and indecision. Paula gave a heavy, disappointed sigh.
"Nicholas Harp. She never told you?"
Andy felt her curiosity rise, but not for the obvious reason. She recognized the name from the Wikipedia page. Harp had died of an overdose years before Andy was born. She told Paula, "You're lying."
"No, I'm not. Nick is the leader of the Army of the Changing World. Everybody should know his name, but especially you." "Wiki said that Clayton Morrow, Nicholas Harp, that's your father's chosen name. Half of that bullshit on Wikipedia is lies. The other half is speculation."
Paula leaned across the table, excited.
"The Army of the Changing World stood for something. We really were going to change the world. Then your mother lost her nerve and it all turned into a shit show."
Andy shook her head because all they had done was kill people and terrorize the country. "That professor was murdered in San Francisco. Most of the people in your group are dead. Martin Queller was assassinated."
"You mean your grandfather?"
Andy felt jarred. She had not had time to make the connection. Martin Queller was her grandfather. He had been married to Annette Queller, her grandmother, which meant that Jasper Queller, the asshole billionaire, was her uncle. Was Laura a billionaire too?
"Finally putting it together, huh?"
Paula tossed a stray piece of deli meat into her mouth.
"Your father has been in prison for 3 decades because of Jane. She kept you away from him. You could have had a relationship, gotten to know who he is, but she denied you that honor."
Andy knew exactly who Clayton Morrow was, and she wanted nothing to do with him. He was not her father any more than Jerry Randall was. She had to believe that, because the alternative would have her curled into a ball on the floor.
"Come on."
Paula wiped her mouth with the back of her hand.
"Give me some more questions."
Andy thought through the last few days, the list of unknowns she had jotted down after meeting Paula. What changed your mind back in Austin? One minute you were telling me to leave, the next minute you were telling me to look for Clara Bellamy. Paula nodded, as if she approved of the question.
The pig whose nuts you marshmallowed? I figure you wouldn't have done that if you were working with your mother.
What?
The pig. The U.S. Marshal.
Andy felt a flush work its way up her neck.
You fucked up his shit. That bitch was lying on my front porch for an hour.
Andy leaned her head onto the table so that Paula couldn't see her face. Mike. The Marshal Service was in charge of administering the Witness Protection Program. They could make all the driver's licenses they wanted because making new documents was part of their job. Fake birth certificates and fake tax returns and even fake obituaries for a made-up guy named Jerry Randall. Andy felt her bowels swirl. Mike was Laura's handler. That's why he was at the hospital when she came out. Was that why he was following Andy? Was he trying to help her because she had unwittingly been in the program too? Had she taken out the only person who might have been able to save them from this monster?
Hey! Paula rapped her knuckles on the table. More questions, spit 'em out. We got nothing better to do.
Andy shook her head. She tried to put together Mike's involvement since the beginning. His truck in the Hazelton's driveway with his rabbit's foot keychain. The magnetic signs he changed out with each new city. The GPS tracker on the cooler. Mike must have planted it while Andy was passed out in the Muscle Shoals motel. Then he'd gone across the street for congratulatory beer and improvised when Andy walked through the door. She had assumed that he was friends with a bartender, but guys like Mike made friends wherever they went.
Hey, Paula repeated, focus on me, kid. If you're not going to keep me entertained, then I'm going to truss you back up and watch my shows.
Andy had to shake her head to clear it. She lifted her chin up, rested it against her free hand. She didn't know what else to do but return to her list. Why did you send me to find Clara?
Bitch refused to talk to me back when she had her marbles, and Edwin threatened to rat me out to my P.O. I was hoping seeing you would trigger her memories. Then I could snatch you up and you could give me the information and happy ending for everybody. Except Edwin got in the way. But you know what? Fuck him for working Jane's deal to keep her out of prison for 30 years.
Paula crammed a handful of chips into her mouth.
Your mother was part of a conspiracy to kill your grandfather. She watched Alexandra Maplecroft die. She was there when Quarter was shot in the heart. She helped drive the van to the farm. She was with us 100% every step of the way.
Until she wasn't, Andy said, because that was the part that she wanted to hold on to.
Yeah, well, we took down the Chicago Mercantile before it was all over.
She caught Andy's blank look.
That's where commodities are exchanged, derivatives. You've heard of those? And Nick was on his way into Manhattan when they caught him trying to blow up the stock exchange. It would have been glorious.
Andy had watched along with everyone else, planes hitting buildings and trucks mowing down pedestrians and all of the horrors in between. She knew that attacks like that were not glorious. Just as she knew that no matter what these crazy groups tried to take down, it always got rebuilt. Taller, stronger, better. She asked Paula, "So why am I here? What do you want from my mom?"
Took you long enough to get to that question, Paula said.
Jane has some papers your Uncle Jasper signed. Uncle Jasper. Andy couldn't get used to having a family, though she wasn't sure the Quellers were a family that she wanted.
Paula said, Nick's been up for parole 6 times in the last 12 years.
She wadded up the potato chip bag and threw it toward the trash.
Every single fucking time Jasper fucking Queller climbs up on his podium wearing his stupid Air Force insignia and American flag pin and starts whining about how Nick killed his father and infected his brother and made him lose his sister and wah, wah, wah.
Infected his brother?
Nick had nothing to do with that. Your uncle was a fag. He died of AIDS.
Andy physically reeled from the invective. Paula snorted.
Your generation and its fucking political correctness.
Your generation and its fucking homophobia. Paula snorted again.
Christ, if I'd known all it took to make your balls drop was to shoot you, I would have done you the favor back in Austin.
Andy closed her eyes for a second. She hated this brutal back and forth. What's in the papers? Why are they so important?
Fraud.
Paula raised her eyebrows, waiting for Andy to react.
Queller Healthcare was kicking patients out on the street, but still billing the state for their care.
Andy waited for more, but apparently that was it. She asked, "And?"
What do you mean, and?
I could go online right now and find dozens of videos showing poor people being kicked out of hospitals. Andy shrugged. The hospitals just apologize and pay a fine. Sometimes they don't even do that. Nobody loses their job, except maybe the security guard who was following orders. Paula was clearly thrown by her nonchalance.
It's still a crime.
Okay.
Do you ever watch the news or read a paper? Jasper Queller wants to be president.
Andy wasn't so sure that a fraud conviction would stop him. Paula was still fighting by 1980s rules, before spin doctors and crisis management teams had become part of the vernacular. All Jasper would have to do was go on an apology tour, cry a little, and he'd be more popular than before it all started. Paula crossed her arms. She had a smug look on her face.
Trust me, Jasper will crumble at the first whiff of scandal. All he cares about is the Queller family reputation. We'll work him like a marionette.
Andy had to be missing something. She tried to work it out. You saw my mom on TV. You hired a guy to torture her for the location of these documents, and now you're holding me ransom for them because you're going to blackmail Jasper into being silent so Nick will be paroled?
It's not rocket science, kid.
It wasn't even model rocket science. How had her mother fallen in with these idiots?
Paula said, I've got everything ready for Nick when he gets out. We'll get some art for the walls, find the right furniture. Nick has such a great eye. I wouldn't presume to choose things without him.
Andy remembered the institutional blandness inside of Paula's house. 20 years in prison, at least a decade on the outside, and she was still waiting for Clayton Morrow to tell her what to do. She asked, "Did Nick put you up to this?" She remembered something Paula had said. "That's why you haven't killed me, right? Because I'm his daughter." She grinned.
I guess you're not as stupid as you look.
Andy heard a cell phone vibrating. Paula searched the bags and found the broken burner phone. She winked at Andy before answering.
What is it, dumb bitch?
Her eyebrows went up. Porter Motel.
I know you're familiar. Room 310.
Andy watched her close the phone. She's on her way?
She's here. Guess she used some of those Queller billions to charter a flight.
Paula stood up. She adjusted the gun in her waistband.
We are in Valparaiso, Indiana. I figured you want to see where you were born.
Andy had already chewed her tongue raw. She started on her cheek.
Dumb bitch was too good to be thrown into the general prison population. Edwin wrangled her a stay in the Porter County Jail. She was in solitary the whole time, but so fucking what? Beats worrying some bitch is gonna shiv you in the back because you said her ass was big.
Andy's brain couldn't handle all the information at once. She said, "What about—" Paula took off her scarf and shoved it deep into Andy's mouth.
Sorry, kid, but I can't be distracted by your bullshit.
She got on her knees and released the handcuff from the base of the table.
Put your right arm underneath.
Andy stretched both arms toward the base, and Paula ratcheted down the cuffs. Andy tried. The scarf was shoved too far down her throat. She tried to work it out with her tongue.
If your mom does what she's supposed to do, You'll be fine. Paula took a spool of clothesline out of the bag. She bound Andy's ankles to the chair leg. Just in case you get any ideas. Andy started to cough. The more she struggled to push out the scarf, the deeper it went. You know your dead uncle tried to hang himself with this stuff once. She reached into the plastic bag again. She found a pair of scissors. She used her teeth to break them out of the packaging. No, I guess you don't know. Left a scar on his neck, here. She used the tip of the scissors to point to her neck, just below a smattering of dark moles. Andy hoped she had skin cancer. Jasper saved him that time. Paula cut the end of the clothesline. Andy was always needing saving. Weird that your mom calls you by his name. Laura didn't like to call Andy by her dead brother's name. She winced every time she used anything other than Andrea. Paula checked the handcuffs again, then the knots, to make sure they were secure. All right, I'm gonna pee. She stuck the scissors into her back pocket. Don't do anything stupid. Andy waited until the bathroom door shut, then she looked around for something stupid to do. The burner phone was still on the table. Her hands were out of the question, but maybe she could use her head. She tried to inch the chair forward, but the burning was so intense that vomit spilled up her throat. The scarf pushed it back down. Fuck. Andy let her eyes scan the room from floor to ceiling. Ice bucket and plastic cups on the desk under the TV, water bottles, trash can. Andy wrapped her fingers around the base of the table. She tested the weight as much as she could. Too heavy. And also, she had a bullet inside her body. Even if she managed to bite back the pain and lift the table, she would fall flat on her face because her ankles were tied to the chair. The toilet flushed. The sink faucet ran. Paula came out with a towel in her hands. She tossed it onto the desk. Instead of addressing Andy, she sat down on the edge of the bed and watched television. Andy let her forehead rest on the table. She closed her eyes. She felt a groan vibrate inside of her throat. It was too much. All of it was just too damn much. Mike was a U.S. Marshal. Her mother was in the Witness Protection Program. Her birth father was a murderous cult leader. Edwin Van Wees was dead. Clara Bellamy. Andy could still clearly hear the smack that had cut off Clara's scream. The click, 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 click of the revolver cylinder. The ballerina and the lawyer had taken care of Andy for the first 2 years of her life, and she had not remembered one detail about them. There was a sound in the hallway. Andy's heart jumped. She raised her head. 2 knocks rattled the door, then there was a pause, then another knock. Paula snorted. Your mom thinks she's being sneaky getting here sooner than she said. She turned off the TV. She pressed her finger to her lips as if Andy was capable of anything but silence. The revolver was in Paula's hand by the time she opened the door. Mom. Andy started to cry. She couldn't help it. The relief was so overwhelming that she felt like her heart was going to explode. Their eyes met. Laura shook her head once, but Andy didn't know why. Don't do anything? This is the end? Paula jammed the gun in Laura's face. Move it! Hurry! Laura leaned heavily on the aluminum cane as she walked into the room. Her coat was wrapped around her shoulders. Her face was drawn. She looked frail, like a woman twice her age. She asked Andy, Are you okay? Andy nodded, alarmed by her mother's fragile appearance. She'd had almost a week to recover from her injuries. Was she sick again? Did she get an infection from the wound in her leg, the knife cut in her hand? Where are they? Paula pressed the muzzle of the gun to the back of Laura's head. The files! Where are they? Laura kept her gaze locked with Andy's. It was like a laser beam between them. Andy could remember the same look passing between them when the nurses were wheeling Laura into surgery, off to radiation therapy, into the chemo ward. This was her mother. This woman, this stranger, had always been Andy's mother. Come on, Paula said. Where?
Laura shrugged her right shoulder, letting the coat slip to the floor. Her left arm was in a sling instead of strapped to her waist. A packet of file folders was tucked inside. The splint from the hospital was gone. She was wearing an ace bandage that ballooned around her hand. Her swollen fingers curled from the opening like a cat's tongue. Paula snatched away the files and opened them on the desk under the TV. The gun stayed trained on Laura while she thumbed through the pages. Paula's head swiveled back and forth like she was afraid Laura would pounce.
Is this all of them?
It's enough. Laura still would not look away from Andy. What was she trying to say?
Spread your legs.
Paula roughly patted down Laura with her hands, clapping up and down her body.
Take off the sling.
Laura didn't move.
Now,
Paula said, an edge to her voice that Andy had never heard before. Was Paula afraid? Was the fearless bitch really scared of Laura?
Take it off,
Paula repeated. Her body was tense. She was shifting her weight back and forth between her feet.
Now, dumb bitch.
Laura sighed as she rested the cane against the bed. She reached up to her neck. She found the Velcro closure and carefully pulled away the sling. She held her wrapped hand away from her body. I'm not wearing a wire. Paula lifted Laura's shirt, ran her finger around the waistband. Laura's eyes found Andy. She shook her head again, just once. Why?
Paula said, sit on the bed.
You have what you asked for. Laura's voice was calm, almost cold. Let us go, and no one else will get hurt. Paula jammed the gun into Laura's face.
You're the only one who's going to get hurt.
Laura nodded at Andy as if this was exactly what she had expected. She finally looked at Paula. I'll stay. Let her go. No. The word got caught in Andy's throat. She worked furiously to spit out the scarf. No!
Sit down.
Paula shoved her mother back onto the bed. There was no way for Laura to catch herself with one arm. She fell on her side. Andy watched her mother's expression contort in pain. Anger seized Andy like a fever. She started groaning, snorting, making every noise she could manage. Paula kicked away the aluminum cane.
Your daughter's going to watch you die.
Laura said nothing.
Take this.
Paula tossed the spool of clothesline at Laura. She caught it with one hand. Her eyes went to Andy. Then she looked back at Paula. What? Andy wanted to scream. What am I supposed to do? Laura held up the spool. Is this supposed to make me feel sad?
It's supposed to tie you up like a pig so I can gut you.
Gut you? Andy started pulling at the handcuffs. She pressed her chest into the edge of the table. The pain was almost unbearable, but she had to do something. Penny, stop this. Laura slid toward the edge of the bed. Nick wouldn't want...
What the fuck do you know about what Nick wants?
Paula gripped the gun with both hands. She was shaking with fury.
You fucking cold bitch!
I was his lover for 6 years. I gave birth to his child. Laura's feet went flat to the ground. Do you think he'd want his daughter to witness her mother's brutal murder?
I should just shoot you, Paula said. Do you see my eye? Do you see what you did to me?
I'm actually quite proud of that. Paula swung the gun into Laura's face. Smack. Andy felt her stomach clench as Laura struggled to stay upright. Paula raised the gun again. Andy squeezed her eyes closed, but she heard the horrible crunching sound of metal hitting bone. She was back at the farmhouse. Edwin was dead. Clara had screamed her first scream. Then, click, 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 the cylinder spinning in the revolver. Andy's eyes opened.
Fucking bitch!
Paula struck Laura across the face again. The skin had opened. Her mouth was bleeding. Mom! Andy's yell came out like a grunt. Mom!
It's gonna get worse, Paula told Andy. Pace yourself.
Mom! Andy yelled. She looked at Laura, then looked at the gun, then looked back at Laura. Think about it. Why was Paula threatening to gut her? Why hadn't she shot Clara at the farmhouse? Why wasn't she shooting Laura and Andy right now? The clicking back at the farmhouse was the sound of Paula checking to see if all the cartridges in the revolver were spent. She didn't have any bullets left in the gun. Mom! Andy shook the chair so hard that fresh blood oozed out of her side. The table bumped into her chest. She twisted her wrists, trying to hold up her hands so that Laura could see them. Look! Andy groaned, straining her vocal cords, begging her mother for attention. Laura took another blow from the gun. Her head rolled to the side. She was dazed from the beating. Mom! Andy shook the table harder. Her wrists were raw. She waved her hands, furiously trying to get Laura's attention. Come on, kid, Paula said. All you're gonna do is knock yourself over. Andy grunted, shaking her hands in the air so hard that the cuffs cut into her skin. Look! With painful slowness, Laura's eyes finally focused on Andy's hands. 4 fingers raised on the left, 1 finger raised on the right. The same number of fingers Laura had shown Jonah Helsinger at the diner. It's why you haven't pulled the trigger yet. There's only 1 bullet left. While Laura watched, Andy raised the thumb of her left hand. 6 fingers, 6 bullets. The gun was empty. Laura sat up on the bed. Paula was thrown by her sudden recovery from the beating, which was exactly what Laura needed. She grabbed the gun with her right hand, her left hand corkscrewed through the air, punching Laura square in the throat. Everything stopped. Neither woman moved. Laura's fist was pressed to the front of Paula's neck. Paula's hand was wrapped around Laura's arm. A clock was ticking somewhere in the room. Andy heard a gurgling sound. Laura wrested away her injured hand. A ribbon of red sagged into the collar of Paula's shirt. Her throat had been sliced open, the skin gaping in a crescent-shaped wound. Blood dripped from the razor blade Laura held between her fingers. I will slice open your fucking throat if you hurt my daughter. That was why Laura wasn't wearing the splint. She needed her fingers free so that she could hold onto the blade and punch into Paula's neck. Paula coughed a spray of blood. She was shaking, not from fear this time, but from white-hot fury. Laura leaned in. She whispered something into Paula's ear. Rage flickered like a candle in her eyes. Paula coughed again. Her lips trembled, her fingers, her eyelids. Andy pressed her forehead down to the table. She found herself feeling detached from the carnage. She wasn't shocked by sudden violence anymore. She finally understood the serenity on her mother's face when she had killed Jonah Helsinger. She had seen it all before. 1 month later. I felt a cleaving in my mind, as if my brain had split. I tried to match it, seam by seam, but could not make them fit. The thought behind I strove to join unto the thought before, but sequence raveled out of sound like balls upon a floor. Emily Dickinson. Epilogue. Laura Oliver sat on a wooden bench outside the Federal Corrections Institute in Maryland. The complex resembled a large high school. The adjacent satellite facility was more akin to a boys' summer camp. Minimum security, mostly white-collar criminals who'd skimmed from hedge funds or forgotten to pay decades of taxes. There were tennis and basketball courts and 2 running tracks. The perimeter fence felt cursory. The guard towers were sparse. Many of the inmates were allowed to leave during the day to work at the nearby factories. Given the seriousness of his crimes, Nick didn't belong here. But he had always been good at inserting himself into places he did not belong. He'd been convicted of manslaughter for killing Alexandra Maplecroft, and conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction for the New York piece of the plan. The jury had decided not only to spare Nick's life, but to give him the possibility of parole, which was likely how he had wrangled his transfer to Club Fed. The worst thing that inmates had to worry about inside the blue-roofed pods, spoking out from the main building, was boredom. Laura knew all about the boredom of incarceration, but not the rarefied kind that Nick was experiencing. Per her plea deal, her 2-year sentence had been spent in solitary confinement. At first, Laura had thought she would go mad. She had wailed and cried and even fashioned a keyboard on the frame of the bed, playing notes that only she could hear. Then, as her pregnancy had progressed, Laura had been overcome with exhaustion. When she wasn't sleeping, she was reading. When she wasn't reading, she was waiting for meal times or staring up at the ceiling, having conversations with Andrew that she would have never had with him in person. I can be strong. I can change this. I can get away. She was mourning the loss of her brothers, Andrew to death, Jasper to his own greed. She was mourning the loss of Nick because she had loved him for 6 years, and felt the absence of that love as she would the loss of a limb. Then Andrea was born, and she was mourning the loss of her infant daughter. Laura had been allowed to hold Andy only once before Edwin and Clara had taken her away. Of all the things that Laura had lost in her life, missing the first 18 months of Andy's life was the one wound that would never heal. Laura found a tissue in her pocket. She wiped her eyes. She turned her head, and there was Andy walking toward the bench. Her beautiful daughter was holding her shoulders straight, head high. Being on the road had changed Andy in ways that Laura could not quite get used to. She had worried for so long that her daughter had inherited all of her weakness, but now Laura saw that she'd passed on her resilience, too. You were right. Andy sat down on the bench beside her. Those toilets were disgusting. Laura wrapped her arm around Andy's shoulders. She kissed the side of her head even as Andy pulled away. Mom. Laura relished the normalcy of her annoyed tone. Andy had been bristling about the overprotectiveness since she'd been released from the hospital. She had no idea how much Laura was holding back. Given the choice, she would have gladly pulled her grown daughter into her lap and read her a story. Now that Andy knew the truth, at least the part of the truth that Laura was willing to share, she was constantly asking Laura for stories. Andy said, I talked to Clara's daughters yesterday. They found a place for her that specializes in people with Alzheimer's. A nice place, not like a nursing home, but more like a community. They say she hasn't been asking about Edwin as much. Laura rubbed Andy's shoulder, swallowing back her jealousy. That's good. I'm glad. Andy said, I'm nervous. Are you nervous? Laura shook her head, but she wasn't sure. It's nice to be out of the splint. She flexed her hand. My daughter is safe and healthy. My ex-husband is speaking to me again. I think, in the scheme of things, I've got more to be happy about than not. Wow, that's some Class A misdirection. Laura gave a surprised laugh, startled that the things Andy used to say inside of her head were finally coming out of her mouth. Maybe I'm a little nervous. He was my first love. He beat the shit out of you. That's not love. The Polaroids. Andy had been the first person to whom Laura had told the truth about who'd beaten her. You're right, sweetheart. It wasn't love, not at the end. Andy smoothed together her lips. She seemed to vacillate between wanting to know everything about her birth father and not wanting to know anything at all. What was it like, the last time you saw him? Laura didn't have to think very hard to summon her memories of being on the witness stand. I was terrified. He acted as his own lawyer, so he had a right to question me in open court. Nick had always thought he was so much smarter than everyone else. It went on for 6 days. The judge kept asking me to speak up because I could hardly do more than whisper. I felt so powerless. And then I looked at the jury and I realized that they weren't buying his act. That's the thing with con men. It takes time. They study you and figure out what's missing inside of you. Then they make you feel like they're the only one who can fill that hole. Andy asked, "What was missing inside of you?" Laura pursed her lips. She had decided to spare Andy the details of Martin's sexual abuse. On good days, she was even able to persuade herself that she was holding back for Andy's sake rather than her own. I had just turned 17 when Andrew brought Nick home. I'd spent most of my life alone in front of a piano. I only got a few hours at school, and then I was with a tutor, and then... Her voice trailed off. I was so desperate to be noticed. She shrugged. It sounds ludicrous, looking back on it now, but that's all it took for me to get hooked. He noticed me. Is that where you went when you disappeared on weekends? Andy had moved away from Nick again. Like when you went to the Tubman Museum and brought me back the snow globe? I was meeting with my WITSEC handler, witness security. I know what WITSEC means. Andy rolled her eyes. She considered herself an expert on the criminal justice system since she'd been on the lam. Laura smiled as she stroked back her hair. I was on parole for 15 years. My original handler was much more laid back about the whole thing than Mike, but I still had to check in. I guess you don't like Mike? He doesn't trust me because I'm a criminal, and I don't trust him because he's a cop. Andy kicked at the ground with the toe of her shoe. She was clearly still trying to reconcile Laura's sordid past with the woman she had always known as her mother. Or maybe she was trying to make peace with her own crimes. You can't tell Mike what happened, Laura reminded her. We're damn lucky he hasn't figured it out. Andy nodded, but still said nothing. She no longer seemed to feel guilty about killing the man they had all started calling Hoodie, but like Laura, she struggled to forgive herself for her part in jeopardizing Gordon's safety. The night Andy had fled the house, Laura had sat on the floor of her office, Hoodie's dead body a few feet away, and waited for the police to bust down the door and arrest her. Instead, she'd heard men screaming on her front lawn. Laura had opened the door to find Mike lying flat on the ground. Half a dozen cops were pointing their guns at his prone body. He'd been knocked out, likely by Hoodie, which served him right for lurking around her front yard. If Laura had wanted the U.S. Marshal Service involved in the Jonah Helsinger affair, she would have called Mike herself. Then again, she shouldn't be too hard on him, considering Mike was the only reason that Laura had not been arrested that night. Andy's text had been fairly nondescript. 419 Seabourn Avenue, armed man, imminent danger, please hurry. If Laura was adept at anything, it was subterfuge. She'd told the cops she'd panicked when she saw a man outside her window, and that she'd had no idea it was Mike, that she had no idea who'd hit him, and she had no idea why they wanted to come into the house, but she knew she had the legal right to refuse them entry. The only reason they had believed her was because Mike was too dazed to call bullshit. The ambulance had taken him to the hospital. Laura had waited until sunup to call Gordon. They had waited until sundown to take the body from the house and put it in the river. This was the transgression Andy could not get past. Killing Hoodie had been self-defense. Gordon's involvement in covering up her crime was more complicated. Laura tried to assuage her guilt. Darling, your father has no regrets. He's told you that over and over again. What he did was wrong, but it was for the right reason. He could get into trouble. He won't if we all keep our mouths shut. You have to remember that Mike wasn't following you around to keep you safe. He was trying to see what you were up to because he thought that I was breaking the law. Laura held on to Andy's hand. We'll be fine if we all stick together. Trust me on this. I know how to get away with a crime." Andy glanced up at her, then looked away. Her silences had meaning now. They were no longer a symptom of her indecision. They were usually followed by a difficult question. Laura held her breath and waited. This was the moment when Andy would finally ask about Paula. Why Laura had killed her instead of grabbing the empty gun. What she'd whispered in Paula's ear as she was dying. Why she had told Andy to tell the police that she was unconscious when Paula had died. Andy said, "There was only one suitcase in the storage unit." Laura let out the breath. Her brain took a moment to dial back the anxiety and find the correct response. "Do you think that's the only storage unit?" Andy raised her eyebrows. "Is the money from your family?" "It's from the safe houses, the vans. I wouldn't take Queller money." Paula said the same thing. Laura held her breath again. Andy said, "Isn't it all blood money?" "Yes." Laura had told herself that the stash money was different. She had justified keeping it because she was terrified Jasper would come after her. The makeup bag hidden inside the couch. The storage units. The fake IDs she had bought off the same forger in Toronto who had worked on Alexandra Maplecroft's credentials. All of her machinations had been done in case Jasper figured out where she was. And all of her fears had been misplaced because Andy was right. Jasper clearly did not give a shit about the fraudulent paperwork. The statute of limitations on the fraud had run out years ago, and his public apology tour had actually raised his numbers in the early presidential polls. Andy kept stubbing the toe of her shoe into the ground. "Why did you give it up?" Laura almost laughed because she had not been asked the question in such a long time that her first thought was, "Give up what?" She said, "The short answer is Nick, but it's more complicated than that. We've got time for the long answer." Laura didn't think there were that many hours left in her lifetime, but she tried. When you play classical, you're playing the exact notes as written. You have to practice incessantly because you lose your dynamics. That's basically how you express the notes. Even a few days away, you can feel the dexterity leaving your fingers. Keeping it takes a lot of time. Time away from other things. Like Nick. Like Nick, Laura confirmed. He never came out and told me to quit, but he kept making comments about the other things we could be doing together. So, when I gave up the classical part of my career, I thought I was making the decision for myself. But really, he was the one who put it into my head. And then you played jazz? Laura felt herself smiling. She had adored jazz. Even now, she couldn't listen to it because the loss was too painful. Jazz isn't about the notes. It's about the melodic expression. Less practice, more emotion. With classical, there's a wall between you and the audience. With jazz, it's a shared journey. Afterward, you don't want to leave the stage. And from a technical perspective, it's a completely different touch. Touch? The way you press the keys, the velocity, the depth. It's hard to put into words, but it's really your essence as a performer. I loved being part of something so vibrant. If I had known what it was like to play jazz, I never would have gone the classical route. And Nick saw that, even before I did. So he talked you into giving that up too. It was my choice, Laura said, because that was the truth. Everything had been her choice. Then I was in the studio, and I found a way to love that. And Nick started making noises again, and... She shrugged. He narrows your life. That's what men like Nick do. They pull you away from everything you love so that they are the only thing you focus on. Laura felt the need to add, if you let them. Andy's attention had strayed. Mike Falcone was getting out of his car. He was wearing a suit and tie. A grin split his handsome face as he approached them. Laura tried to ignore the way Andy perked up. Mike was charming and self-deprecating, and everything about him set Laura's teeth on edge. Charisma. When he got close enough, Andy said, "What a coincidence." He pointed to his ear. "Sorry, can't hear you. One of my testicles is still lodged in my ear canal." Andy laughed, and Laura felt her stomach tense. He said, "Beautiful day to visit a whack job." "You're selling yourself short," Andy teased. There was an easy grin on her face that Laura had never seen. "How are your 3 older sisters?" "That part was true." "And that thing about your dad?" "Also true," he said. "You want to explain how you ended up in Paula Kunda's house? She's at the top of your mom's no-fly list." Laura felt Andy stiffen beside her. Her own nerves were rattled every time she thought about Andy eavesdropping on her conversation with Hoodie. Laura would never forgive herself for inadvertently sending her daughter into the lion's den. Still, Andy held her own, just shrugging at Mike's question. He tried. "What about those bricks of cash in your back pockets?" Put quite a damper on the mood. Andy smiled, shrugging again. Laura waited, but there was nothing more except the weight of sexual tension. Mike asked Laura, "Nervous?" "Why would I be?" He shrugged. "Just an average day where you meet a guy you sent to prison for the rest of his life." "He sent himself to prison. You people are the jackasses who keep letting him go in front of the parole board." "It takes a village." Mike pointed to the pink scar on his temple where he'd been hit in the head. "You ever figure out who knocked me out in your front yard?" "How do you know it wasn't me?" Laura smiled because he smiled. He gave a slight bow of surrender, indicating the prison. "After you, ladies." They walked ahead of Mike toward the visitor's entrance. Laura looked up at the tall building with bars over reinforced glass in the windows. Nick was inside. He was waiting for her. Laura felt a sudden shakiness after days of certainty. Could she do this? Did she have a choice? Her shoulders tensed as they were buzzed through the front doors. The guard who met them was massive, taller than Mike, his belly jutting past his black leather belt. His shoes squeaked as he led them through security. They stored their purses and phones in metal lockers. Then he led them down a long corridor. Laura fought a shudder. The walls felt like they were closing in. Every time a door or gate slammed shut, her stomach clenched. She had only been confined for 2 years, but the thought of being trapped alone in a cell again brought on a cold sweat. Or was she thinking about Nick? Andy slipped her hand into Laura's as they reached the end of the corridor. They followed the guard into a small, airless room. Monitors showed feeds from all of the cameras. 6 guards sat with headphones on, eavesdropping on inmate conversations inside the visitor's room. "Marshal." There was a man standing with his back to the wall. Unlike the others, he was wearing a suit and tie. He shook Mike's hand. "Marshal Rosenfeld." "Marshal Falcone," Mike said. "This is my witness, her daughter." Rosenfeld nodded to each of them as he pulled a small plastic case out of his pocket. "These go in your ears. They'll transmit back to the station over there where we will record everything that's said between you and the inmate." Laura frowned at the plastic earbuds in the case. "They look like hearing aids." "That's by design." Rosenfeld took the listening devices and placed them in her open hand. "Your words will be picked up through the vibrations in your jawbone. In order for us to pick up Clayton Morrow, he needs to be close. There's a lot of ambient noise in the visitation room. All the inmates know how to work the dead zones. If you want to get him on tape, you need to be no more than 3 feet away." That won't be a problem. Laura was more concerned with vanity. She did not want Nick to think she was an old woman who needed hearing aids. Rosenfeld said,
If you feel threatened or like you can't do it, just say the phrase, "I would like a Coke." There's a machine in there. He won't notice anything's off. We'll tell the closest guard to step in, but if Morrow somehow has a shiv or a weapon,
I'm not worried about that. He would only use his hands. Andy gave an audible gulp. I'll be fine, sweetheart. It's just a conversation. Laura pushed the plastic buds into her ears. They felt like pebbles. She asked Rosenfeld, "What does he need to say, exactly? What's incriminating?"
Anything that gives ownership to Paula Evans Kunda's actions, like if Morrow says he sent her to the farm, that's enough. He doesn't have to say he sent her to kill anybody or kidnap your daughter. That's the beauty of conspiracy. All you have to do is get him on tape taking credit for her actions.
The old Nick gladly took credit for everything. But Laura had absolutely no idea whether or not the present-day Nick had learned his lesson. All I can do is try.
Good to go. One of the guards raised his thumb into the air. The sound is coming through perfect.
Rosenfeld gave him a thumbs up in response. He asked Laura,
"Ready?"
Laura felt a lump in her throat. She smiled at Andy. "I'm good." Mike said, "Gotta say it, makes us all a little bit nervous, having you in the same room with this guy." Laura knew he was trying to lighten the mood. "We'll try not to blow anything up." Andy guffawed. Mike said, "I'll walk you as far as the door. You still okay with Andy hearing all this?" "Of course." Laura squeezed Andy's hand, though uncertainty nagged at her thoughts. She was worried that Nick would somehow sway Andy to his side. She was worried for her own sanity because he had pulled her back in hundreds of times. But she had only managed to escape once. "You're gonna do great, Mom." Andy grinned, and the gesture was so reminiscent of Nick that Laura felt her breath catch. "I'll be here when it's over, okay?" All Laura could do was nod. Mike stepped back so that Laura could follow the guard down yet another long corridor. He kept his distance, but she could hear his heavy footsteps behind her. Laura touched her fingers to the wall to stop herself from wringing her hands together. She felt butterflies in her stomach. She had taken a month to prepare for this, and now that she was here, she found herself terrifyingly unprepared. "How's she doing?" Mike said, obviously trying to distract her again. "Andy, how's she doing?" "She's perfect," Laura said, which was not that much of an exaggeration. "The surgeon got out most of the bullet. There won't be any lasting damage." Mike hadn't been asking about her physical recovery, but Laura wasn't going to talk about personal things with a man who had so openly flirted with her daughter. "She's found an apartment in town. I think she might go back to college." "She should try the Marshal's service. She was a damn good detective out there on the road." Laura gave him a sharp look. "I would lock her in the basement before I let my daughter become a pig." He laughed. "She's ridiculously adorable." Laura had forgotten the earbuds. He was talking for Andy's benefit. She opened her mouth to cut him down to size, but any pithy comment Laura might have made was drowned out by the buzz of distant conversations. Her throat tightened. Laura still remembered what a visitation room sounded like. The guard worked his key in the lock. "Ma'am." Mike gave her a salute, then walked back toward the monitoring room. Laura gritted her teeth as the guard opened the door. She walked through, he closed the door, then looked for a key to the next one. She could not help but start to wring together her hands. This was what she remembered most from her time in jail, a series of locked doors and gates, none of which she could open on her own. Laura looked up at the ceiling. She gritted her teeth even harder. She was back in the courtroom with Nick. She was on the stand, wringing her hands, trying not to look into his eyes because she knew if she allowed herself that one weakness, she would crumble and it would be all over. Trade him. The guard opened the door. The conversations grew louder. She heard children laughing, ping-pong balls hitting paddles, She touched the plastic earbuds, making sure they hadn't fallen out. Why was she so damn nervous? She wiped her hands on her jeans as she stood at the locked gate, the last barrier between her and Nick. Everything felt wrong. She wanted to rewind her day to this morning and start all over again. She had refused to dress up for the occasion, but now she found herself picking apart her choice of a simple black sweater and blue jeans. She should have worn heels. She should have dyed the gray out of her hair. She should have paid more attention to her makeup. She should have turned around and left, but then the gate was open and she was going around a corner and she saw him. Nick was sitting at one of the tables in the back of the room. He lifted his chin by way of greeting. Laura pretended not to notice. Pretended that her heart was not trembling. Her bones were not vibrating inside of her body. She was here for Andrew, because his dying wish had to mean something. She was here for Andrea because her life had finally found purpose. She was here for herself because she wanted Nick to know that she had finally gotten away. Laura caught flashes of movement as she walked through the large, open space. Fathers in khaki uniforms lifting babies into the air. Couples talking quietly and holding hands. A few lawyers speaking in hushed tones, children playing in a roped-off corner. 2 ping-pong tables manned by happy-looking teenagers. Cameras mounted every 10 feet, microphones jutting from the ceiling, guards standing by the doors, the Coke machine, the emergency exit. Nick was sitting only a few yards away. Laura looked past him, still unprepared for eye contact. Her heart jumped at the side of the upright piano on the back wall. The Baldwin Hamilton school model in walnut stain. The fallboard was missing, the keys were worn. She imagined that it was rarely tuned. She was so taken by the side of the piano that she almost walked past Nick. Jinx. He had his hands clasped together on the table. Improbably, he looked exactly the same as she remembered. Not in the courtroom, not when Laura was passing out in the bathroom at the farmhouse, but downstairs, in the shed. Alexander Maplecroft was still alive. None of the bombs had gone off yet. Nick was unbuttoning his navy peacoat as he kissed her on the cheek. Switzerland. "Should I call you Clayton?" she asked, still unable to look at him. He indicated the seat across the table. "My darling, you may call me anything you like." Laura almost gasped, ashamed that the smooth sound of his voice could still touch her. She took the seat. Her eyes measured the space between them, judging that they were well within the 3 feet required. She clasped her hands together on the table. For only a moment, she allowed herself the pleasure of looking at his face. Still beautiful. A little lined, but not much. His energy was the constant, as if a spring was wound tight inside of him. Charisma. "Is it Laura now?" Nick grinned. He had always basked under close scrutiny. "After our hero from Oslo?" "It was random," she lied, looking past him, first at the wall, then at the piano. "Witness security doesn't let you set your own terms. You either go along or you don't." He shook his head, as if the details didn't interest him. "You look the same." Laura's fingers went nervously to her gray hair. "Don't be ashamed, my love. It suits you. But then you always did everything so gracefully." She finally looked him in the eye. The flecks of gold in his irises were a pattern as familiar as the stars. His long eyelashes, the flicker of curiosity mixed with awe, as if Laura was the most interesting person he had ever met. He said, "There's my girl." Laura struggled against the thrilling shock of his attention, that inexplicable rush of need. She could so easily fall into his vortex again. She could be 17 years old, her heart floating out of her chest like a hot air balloon. Laura broke off first, looking behind him at the piano. She reminded herself that just down the corridor, Andy was in that small, dark room, listening to everything they said. Mike, too. Marshal Rosenfeld, the 6 guards with their headphones and monitors. Laura was not a lonely teenaged girl anymore. She was 55 years old. She was a mother, a cancer survivor, a businesswoman. This was her life, not Nick. She cleared her throat. You look the same, too. Not much stress around here. Everything gets planned for me. I just have to show up. Still. He turned his head to the side, looking at her ear. Age is a cruel punishment for youth. Laura touched the earbud. The lie came easily enough. All those years of concerts finally caught up with me. He carefully studied her expression. Yes, I've heard about that. Something to do with the nerve cells. Hair cells, inside the middle ear. She knew he was testing her. They translate the sounds into electrical signals that activate the nerves. That is, if they're not destroyed by too much loud music. He seemed to accept the explanation. Tell me, my love, how have you been? I'm good. And you? Well, I'm in prison. Did you not hear about what happened? I think I saw something in the news. He leaned over the table. Laura reeled back as if from a snake. Nick grinned, the glow in his eyes sparkling into flames. I was just trying to get a look at the damage. She held up her left hand so that Nick could see the scar where Jonah Helsinger's knife had gone through. He said, Pulled a Maplecroft, did you? A bit more successfully than the poor old gal could manage. I'd rather not joke about the woman you killed. His laugh was almost jubilant. Manslaughter, but yes, I get your point. Laura gripped her hands under the table, physically forcing herself to take back control. I assume you saw the diner video. Yes, and our daughter. She's so lovely, Jinx. Reminds me of you. Her heart lurched into a violent pounding. Andy was listening. What would she make of the compliment? Could she still see that Nick was a monster? Or were these verbal volleys somehow normalizing him? She asked, Did you hear about Paula? Paula. He shook his head. Doesn't ring a bell. Laura was wringing her hands again. She made herself stop. Again. She said, Penny. Ah, yes, dear Penny. Such a loyal soldier. She always had it out for you, didn't she? I guess no matter how glowing the personality, there are always detractors. She hated me. She did. He shrugged. A bit jealous, I think. But why bring up the old days when we were having so much fun? Laura fumbled for words. She couldn't keep doing this. She had come here for a reason, and that reason was slipping through her fingers. I'm a speech pathologist. I know. I work with patients who... She had to stop to swallow. I wanted to help people. After what we did, and when I was in jail, the only book I had was this textbook on speech. Nick interrupted her with a loud groan. You know, it's sad, Jinxie. We used to have so much to talk about, but you've changed. You're so... He seemed to look for the right word. Suburban. Laura laughed, because Nick had clearly wanted her to do the opposite. I am suburban. I wanted my daughter to have a normal life. She waited for him to correct her about who Andy belonged to, but Nick said, Sounds fascinating. It is, actually. Married a black fella, too. How cosmopolitan of you. Black fella. About 1,000,000 years ago, Agent Danbury had used the same words to describe Donald DeFreeze. Nick said, You got a divorce. What happened, Jinx? Did he cheat on you? Did you cheat on him? You always had a wandering eye. I didn't know what I had, she said, keenly aware of her audience in the distant room. I thought that being in love meant being on pins and needles all of the time. Passion and fury and arguing and making up. But it's not. She shook her head because she had learned at least one thing from Gordon. It's taking out the trash and saving up for vacations, making sure the school forms are signed, remembering to bring home milk. Is that really how you feel, Jinx Queller? You don't miss the excitement? The thrill? The fucking the shit out of each other? Laura tried to keep the blush off her face. Love doesn't keep you in a constant state of turmoil. It gives you peace. He pressed his forehead to the table and pretended to snore. She laughed, though she didn't want to. Nick opened one eye, smiled up at her. I've missed that sound. Laura looked over his shoulder at the piano. I heard you had breast cancer. She shook her head. She wasn't going to talk to him about that. He said, I can remember what it felt like to put my mouth on your breasts. The way you used to moan and squirm when I licked between your legs. Do you ever think about that, Jinx? How good we were together? Laura stared at him. She wasn't worried about Andy anymore. Nick's fatal flaw had reared its ugly head. He always overplayed his hand. She asked, How do you live with it? He raised an eyebrow. She had piqued his interest again. The guilt, she asked. For killing people, for putting it all into motion? People? He asked, because the jury had been divided over his part in the Chicago bombing. You tell me, darling, Jonah Helsinger? Was that his name? He waited for Laura to nod. Ripped out his throat, though they blur that part on TV. She chewed the inside of her cheek. How do you live with it? How do you feel about murdering that boy? Laura let a tiny part of her brain think about what she had done. It was hard. For so long she had managed to face each day by discarding the day before. Do you remember the look on Laura Juno's face? When we were in Oslo? Nick nodded, and she marveled at the fact that he was the only person left alive with whom she could talk about one of the most pivotal moments of her life. Laura said, She seemed almost at peace when she pulled the trigger. Both times, I remember wondering how she did it, how she had turned off her humanity. But I think what happened was that she turned it on. Does that make sense? She was completely at peace with what she was doing. That's why she looked so serene. He raised his eyebrow again, and this time she knew that he was waiting for her to get to the point. I kept saying I didn't want to see the video from the diner, but then I finally broke down and watched, and the look on my face was the exact same as Laura's. Don't you think? Yes, Nick said. I noticed that too. I'll do anything I can to protect my daughter. Anything. Poor Penny found that out the hard way. He raised his eyebrows, waiting. Laura left the bait on the line, though if she thought about it hard enough, she could feel Paula's hot blood dripping down her hand. She asked, Have you seen Jasper on the news? Nick chuckled. His grand apology tour? You know, it's cruel to say, but I'm quite enjoying the fact that he got very, very fat. Laura kept her expression neutral. I suppose there's been some kind of family reunion? A replenishment of the bank accounts from the Queller coffers? Laura didn't answer. I will tell you, it's been a pleasure seeing Major Jasper in person every fucking time my parole comes up. He's so eloquent when he explains how my actions caused him to lose his entire family. He was always good at public speaking.
Gets that from Martin, I suppose,
Nick said.
I was very surprised when Jasper went liberal. He could barely tolerate Andrew's addiction, but when he found out he was a raving queer...
Nick made a slicing motion across his neck.
Oh, dear. Is that too close to Penny?
Laura felt her mouth go dry. Her guard had slipped just enough for him to wound her.
Nick said, "Poor, desperate Andrew. Did you give him a good death? Was it worth your choice, Jinx?"
"We laughed at you," she told Nick, because she knew that was the easiest way to wound him. "Because of the envelopes? Do you remember those? The ones you said were going to be mailed to all the FBI field offices and all the major newspapers?" Nick's jaw tightened. "Andrew laughed when I mentioned them, for good reason. You were never good with follow-through. And that's too bad, because if you had kept your word, Jasper would have been in prison a long time ago, and you would have been on parole picking out furniture with Penny."
"Furniture?"
Nick said. "I saw your letters with Penny." Nick raised an eyebrow. The warden and the marshals who screened his mail had been clueless because they didn't know the code. Laura did. Nick had made them all memorize the code. She said, "You were still stringing her along, telling her that you would be together if only you could find a way to get out of here." He shrugged.
"Idle chatter. I didn't think she'd actually do anything. She was always a bit crazy."
Mike had said that a jury would see it the same way, even writing in code. Nick was still careful. "It's only paranoia if you're wrong." Laura said, "When it all started to happen, I never once thought it was you." She had to be careful about Hoodie because Mike would have questions, but she wanted Nick to know. "You never even crossed my mind." It was Nick's turn to look at the room over Laura's shoulder. She told him, "I thought it was Jasper, that he had seen me in the diner video, and he was coming after me." Laura paused, again choosing her words carefully. "When I heard Penny's voice on the phone at the farmhouse, I was shocked." Nick was always good at ignoring what he didn't like. He leaned his elbows on the table, rested his chin in his hands. "Tell me about the gun, Jinx." She hesitated, anxiously shifting gears. "What gun?" "The revolver Laura Juno found taped to the back of the toilet and used to murder your father." He winked at her. "How did it get to Oslo?" Laura glanced around the room, at the cameras mounted on the walls, the microphones jutting down from the ceiling, the guards standing sentry. She felt her nerves rattle. Nick said, "We're just having a conversation, my love. What do you have to worry about? Is someone listening?" Laura smoothed together her lips. The table next to them had emptied. All she could hear were the constant pops of the ping-pong ball bouncing across the table. "My darling," Nick said, "is our visit over so soon?" He reached out his hands to her. "We're allowed to touch in here." Laura stared at his hands. Like his face, they were almost suspended in time. "Jane." Without thinking, she was reaching across the table, lacing her fingers through his. The connection was instantaneous, a plug sliding into an outlet. Her heart lifted. She wanted to cry as she felt that familiar, magnetic energy flowing through her body. That Nick could so easily unravel her was devastating. "Tell me." He leaned across the table. His face was close to hers. The visitation room faded away. She was in the kitchen again, reading a magazine. He walked in, wordlessly kissed her, then backed away. Nick said, If you keep your voice low, they can't hear. Can't hear what? Where did you get the gun, Jane? The one Laura Juno used to murder your father. That wasn't from me. I didn't know about it until I saw her pull it out of the bag. Laura shifted her gaze to the piano behind him. She had not played for Andy yet. First her injured hand, then her anxiety had stopped her. Darling, Nick whispered. Tell me about the revolver. Laura pulled her attention away from the piano. She looked down at their intertwined fingers. Her hands looked old, the creases more pronounced. She had arthritis in her fingers. The scar from Jonah Helsinger's hunting knife was still red and angry. Nick's skin felt as soft as it had always been. She remembered what his hands had felt like on her body. The gentle way he had stroked her. The intimate, lingering touches at the curve of her back. He had been the first man who had ever made love to her. He had touched Laura in a way that no one had ever touched her before or since. Tell me, he said. She had no choice but to give him what he wanted. Very softly, she said, I bought the gun in Berlin for 80 marks. He smiled. Laura's throat tightened around the hoarse whisper. She could almost smell the cigarette smoke from the underground bar that Nick had sent her to. The bikers licking their lips, jeering at her, touching her. I took a flight out of East Berlin because the security was lax. I brought the gun to Oslo. I put it in a paper bag. I taped it to the back of the tank for Laura Juno to find. Nick smiled. The old girl didn't hesitate, did she? It was magnificent. Did you send Penny to find Jasper's papers? Nick tried to pull away, but she held onto his hands. You wanted the paperwork from the metal box. You thought you could leverage your parole. You sent Penny to get it. Nick's grin told her he was bored with this game. He slipped his hands from hers. He crossed his arms over his chest. Still, Laura tried. Did you know what Penny was doing? Did you know she was going to kidnap my daughter? Try to murder me? She waited, but Nick said nothing. Penny killed Edwin. She beat Clara so badly that her cheekbone was broken. Are you okay with that, Nick? Is that what you wanted her to do? He turned his head. He brushed imaginary lint off his pants. Laura felt her stomach drop. She knew the look Nick got on his face when he was finished with someone. Her plan hadn't worked. The marshals, the earbuds, Andy waiting down the hall, everything had gone to hell because she had pushed him too hard. Was it on purpose? Had Laura sabotaged everything because Nick's power over her was still too strong? She stared at the piano, longing, aching, yearning for a way to make this work. Nick asked, Do you still play? Laura's heart flipped inside of her chest, but she kept her gaze on the piano. You keep staring at it. He turned around to look for himself. Do you still play? I wasn't allowed. A nerve twitched in her eyelid as she tried not to give herself away. Someone might recognize my sound and then... Well, the gig is up. Literally. He grinned at the pun. Did you know, my love, that I've been taking piano lessons? Really? Laura imbued the word with sarcasm, but underneath she could barely breathe. He said, It was collecting dust in the rec room for years, but then some fool started a petition to move it in here for the children. And of course everyone signed on for the children. He rolled his eyes. You can't imagine how painful it is hearing 3-year-olds peck out chopsticks. She took a quick breath so she could say, "Play something for me." "Oh, no, Jinxie, that's not where this is going." He stood up. He motioned for the guard's attention and pointed to the piano. "My friend here wants to play, if that's all right." The guard shrugged, but Laura shook her head. "No, I don't. I won't." "Oh, my darling. You know I hate it when you refuse me." His tone was joking in that way that wasn't joking. Laura felt the old fear start to stir. Part of her would always be that terrified girl who had passed out in the bathroom. He said, "I want to hear you play again, Jinx. I made you give it up once. Can't I make you pick it back up again?" Her hands quivered in her lap. "I haven't played since Oslo." "Please." He could still say the word without it sounding like a request. "I don't." Nick walked around to her side of the table. Laura didn't flinch this time. He wrapped his fingers lightly around her arm and gently pulled. "It's the least you can do for me. I promise. I won't ask for anything else." Laura let him pull her up to standing. She reluctantly walked toward the piano. Her nerves were shot through with adrenaline. She was suddenly terrified. Her daughter was listening. "Come now. Don't be shy." Nick had blocked the guard's view. He pushed her down on the bench so hard that she felt a jarring in her tailbone. "Play for me, Jinx." Laura's eyes had closed of their own accord. She felt her stomach clench. The ball of fear that had lain dormant for so long began to stir. "Jane." He dug his fingers into her shoulders. "I said play something for me." She forced open her eyes. She looked at the keys. Nick was standing close, but not pressing against her. It was his fingers biting into her shoulders that fully awakened her old fear. "Now," he said. Laura raised her hands. She gently placed her fingers on the keys but did not press them. The plastic veneer was worn. Strips of wood showed like splinters. "Something jaunty," Nick told her, "quickly before I get bored." She wasn't going to warm up for him. She didn't know if there was any value in trying. She considered playing something specifically for Andy, one of those awful bubblegum bands that she loved. Her daughter had spent hours watching old Jinx Queller videos on YouTube, listening to bootlegs. Laura didn't have anything classical left in her fingers. Then she remembered that smoky bar in Oslo, her conversation with Laura Juno, and it came to her that things should end up where they had started. She took a deep breath. She walked the bass line with her left hand, playing the notes that were so familiar in her head. She vamped on the E minor, then A, then back to E minor, then down to D, then the triplet punches on the C before hitting the refrain in the major key, G to D, then C, B7, and back to the vamp on E minor. In her head, she heard the song coming together. Ray Manzarek mastering the schizophrenic bass and piano parts. Bobby Krieger's guitar, John Densmore coming in on the drums, finally, Jim Morrison singing, "Love me 2 times, baby." "Fantastic!" Nick raised his voice to be heard over the music. "Love me 2 times, girl." Laura let her eyes close again. She fell into the bouncy triplets. The tempo was too fast. She didn't care. There was a swelling in her heart. This had been her first true love, not Nick. Just to play again was a gift. She didn't care that her fingers were old and clumsy, that she lagged the fermata. She was back in Oslo. She was tapping out the beat on the bar. Laura Juno had seen the chameleon inside of Jane Queller, had been the first person to really appreciate the part of her that was constantly adapting. If you can't play the music people appreciate, then you play the music that they love. My darling. Nick's mouth was at Laura's ear. She tried not to shudder. She had known it would come to this. She had felt him hovering at her ear so often. First during their 6 years together, then in her dreams, then in her nightmares. She had prayed if she could only get him to the piano, he wouldn't be able to resist. Jane. His thumb stroked the side of her neck. He thought the piano was canceling out his voice. Are you still afraid of being suffocated? Laura squeezed her eyes closed. She tapped her foot to keep the beat, heightened the pitch of her fingers. It was simple, really. That was the beauty of the song. It was almost like a ping-pong match, the same notes being volleyed back and forth. I remember you saying that about Andrew, that being suffocated felt like a bag was being tied around your head. For 20 seconds, was it? He was taking credit for sending Hoodie. Laura hummed with the song, hoping the vibrations in her jawbone would cancel out Mike's recording. Yeah, my knees got weak. Were you scared? Nick asked. She shook her head, hitting the damper pedal to bring out the vibration in the strings. Last me all through the week. Nick said, This is all your fault, my love. Can't you see that? Laura stopped humming. She knew the rhythm of Nick's threats as well as the notes of the song. It's your fault I had to send Penny to the farmhouse. The feel of his mouth on her ear was like sandpaper, but she did not pull away. If you had just given me what I wanted, Edwin would be alive. Clara wouldn't have been hurt. Andrea would have been safe. It's all on you, my love, because you wouldn't listen to me. Conspiracy. Laura kept playing even as she felt the air began to seep from the balloon in her heart. He'd confessed to sending Paula. They had him on the recording back in the dark little room. Nick's days at Club Fed were over. But he wasn't finished. His lips brushed the tip of her ear. I'm going to give you another choice, my darling. I need our daughter to speak on my behalf, to tell the parole board that she wants her daddy to come home. Can you make her do that? He pressed his thumb against her carotid artery, the same as he'd done when he'd strangled her into unconsciousness. Or do I have to force you to make another choice? Not Andrew this time, but your precious Andrea. It would be awful if you lost her after all of this. I don't want to hurt our child, but I will. Terroristic threats, intimidation, extortion. Laura kept playing because Nick never knew when to quit. I told you I would scorch the earth to get you back, my darling. I don't care how many people I have to send or how many people die. You still belong to me, Jinx Queller. Every part of you belongs to me. He waited for her reaction, his thumb pressed to her pulse for the telltale sign of panic. She wasn't panicked. She was elated. She was playing music again. Her daughter was listening. Laura could have stopped right now. Nick had given them enough, but she was not going to deny herself the pleasure of finishing what she had started. Up to the A, then back to the E minor, down to the D. Then she was hitting the triplets on the C again, and she was at the Hollywood Bowl. She was at Carnegie, Tivoli, Music Fair, and Hansaton Studio. She was holding her baby. She was loving Gordon. She was pushing him away. She was struggling with cancer. She was sending Andrea away. She was watching her daughter finally grow into a vibrant, interesting young woman. And she was holding on to her because Laura was never going to give up another thing that she loved for this loathsome man. One for tomorrow, one just for today. She had hummed the words to the song in her jail cell, tapped it out on her imaginary bed frame keyboard the same way she had tapped it on the bar top for Laura Juno. Even now, with Nick still playing the devil on her shoulder, Laura allowed herself the joy of playing the song right up until the final, sharp staccato brought her to the abrupt end. I'm going away. Laura's hands floated to her lap. She kept her head bowed. There was the usual dramatic pause, and then clapping, cheering, feet stamping the floor. "Fantastic!" Nick shouted. He was basking in the glow of the applause, as if it was meant entirely for him. "That's my girl, ladies and gentlemen." Laura stood up, shrugging off his hand. She walked past Nick, past the picnic tables and the children's play area, but then she realized that this was truly the last time she would ever see the man who called himself Nicholas Harp again. She turned around. She looked him in the eye. She told him, "I'm not damaged anymore." There was a stray clap before the room went silent. "Darling." Nick's smile held a sharp warning. "I'm not hurt," she told him. "I healed myself. My daughter healed me. My daughter. My husband healed me. My life without you healed me." He chuckled. "All right, Jinxie. Run along now. You've got a decision to make." "No." She said the words with the same determination she had expressed 3 decades ago in the farmhouse. "I will never choose you. No matter what the other option is, I don't choose you." His teeth were clenched. She could feel his rage winding up. She told him, "I'm magnificent." He chuckled again, but he was not really laughing. "I am magnificent," she repeated, her fists clenched at her side. "I am magnificent because I am so uniquely me." Laura pressed her hand to her heart. "I am talented, and I am beautiful. I am amazing, and I found my way, Nick, and it was the right way because it was the path that I set out for myself." Nick crossed his arms. She was embarrassing him. "We'll talk about this later. We'll talk about it in hell." Laura turned around. She walked around the corner, stood at the locked gate. Her hands shook as she waited for the guard to find his key. The vibrations moved up her arms, into her torso, inside her chest. Her teeth had started to chatter by the time the gate swung open. Laura walked through. Then there was another door, another key. Her teeth were clicking like marbles. She looked through the window. Mike was standing between the 2 locked doors. He looked worried. He should be worried. Laura felt a wave of nausea as she realized what had just happened. Nick had threatened Andy. He had told her to choose. Laura had made her choice. It was all happening again. "I don't want to hurt our child, but I will." The door opened. She told Mike, "He threatened my daughter. If he comes after us, we'll take care of him." "No," she told him. "I'll take care of it. Do you understand me?" "Whoa," Mike held up his hands. "Do me a favor and call me first. Like you could have called me before you went to that hotel room, or when you were in a shootout at the mall, or just keep him away from my family." Laura got a burning sensation in her spine that told her to be careful. Mike was a cop. She had been held blameless for Paula's death, but Laura, of all people, knew the government could always find a way to fuck you if they wanted. "He'll be in a supermax," Mike said. "He won't be writing letters or getting visitors. He'll get 1 shower a week, maybe an hour of daylight, if he's lucky." Laura took out the earbuds. She dropped them into Mike's hand. The burst of adrenaline was tapering off. Her fingers were steady. Her heart wasn't quivering like a cat's whisker anymore. She had done what she'd come here to do. It was over. She never had to see Nick again. Not unless she chose to. Mike said,
I gotta admit, I thought you had a screw loose when you told me to figure out a way to get that piano moved. Laura knew she had to stay in his good graces. The petition was a clever trick. Marshall School 101, you can get an inmate to do anything for potato chips. Mike was preening, his chest puffed out. He clearly loved the game. The way you kept looking at the piano like a kid staring at a bag of candy, you really worked him. Laura saw Andy through the window in the door. She looked older now, more like a woman than a girl. Her brow was creased. She was worried. Laura told Mike, "I will do whatever it takes to keep my daughter safe. I can name a couple of corpses who found that out the hard way." She turned to look at him. "Keep that in mind if you ever consider asking her out on a date." The door opened. "Mom!" Andy rushed into Laura's arms. "I'm fine." Laura willed it to be true. "Just a little shaken." "She was great." Mike winked at Laura, as if they were in this together. "She worked him like Tyson, the boxer, not the chicken." Andy grinned. Laura looked away. She could not abide seeing pieces of Nick in her child. She told Mike, "I need to get out of here." He waved for the guard. Laura almost tripped over the man's shoes as they exited back through security. She waited for Andy to get her purse out of the locker, her phone and keys. "I've been thinking about something," Mike said, because he was incapable of being silent. "The old Nixter didn't know you already confessed to transporting the gun to Oslo, right? That's why you got 2 years in the slammer. The judge sealed that part of your immunity agreement. He didn't want to exacerbate international tensions. If the Germans found out an American smuggled a gun from west to east for the purposes of murder, there would have been hell to pay." Laura took her purse from Andy. She checked to make sure her wallet was inside. Mike said, "So, when you told Nick that stuff about the gun, he thought you were implicating yourself, but you weren't." Laura said, "Thank you, Michael, for narrating back to me exactly what just happened." She shook his hand. "We've got it from here. I know you have a lot of work to do." "Sure. I thought I'd scrapbook through some of my feelings, maybe open a Pinot." He winked at Laura as he held out his hand to Andy. "Always a pleasure, beautiful." Laura wasn't going to watch her daughter flirt with a pig. She followed the guard to the last set of doors. Finally, blissfully, she was outside where there were no more locks and bars. Laura took a deep breath of fresh air, holding it in her lungs until they felt like they might burst. The bright sunlight brought tears into her eyes. She wanted to be on the beach, drinking tea, reading a book and watching her daughter play in the waves. Andy looped her hand through Laura's arm. "Ready? Will you drive?" "You hate when I drive. It makes you nervous." "You can get used to anything." Laura climbed into the car. Her leg was still sore from the shrapnel in the diner. She looked up at the prison. There were no windows on this side of the building, but part of her could not shake the feeling that Nick was watching. In truth, she'd had that feeling for over 30 years. Andy backed out of the parking space. She drove through the gate. Laura didn't let herself relax until they were finally on the highway. Andy's driving had improved on her interminable road trip. Laura only gasped every 20 minutes instead of every 10. Laura said, "That part about loving Gordon, I meant it. He was the best thing that ever happened to me, other than you. And I didn't know what I had." Andy nodded, but the little girl who prayed for her parents to get back together was gone. Laura asked, "Are you all right, sweetheart?" Was it okay hearing his voice, or Mom? Andy checked the mirror before passing a slow-moving truck. She leaned her elbow on the door. She pressed her fingers against the side of her head. Laura watched the trees blur past. Pieces of her conversation with Nick kept coming into her mind.
but she would not let herself dwell on what was said. If there was one thing Laura had learned, it was that she had to keep moving forward. If she ever stopped, Nick would catch up with her. Andy said, "You talk like him." When Laura didn't answer, she said, "He calls you darling and my love, just like you call me." "I don't talk like him. He talks like my mother." She stroked back Andy's hair so she could see her face. "Those were the words she used with me. They always made me feel loved. I wasn't going to let Nick keep me from using the same words with you." "She always knew where the tops to her Tupperware were." Andy quoted one of the few things Laura could come up with to capture the essence of her mother. Now she told Andy, "It's more like she knew which china set was from the Queller side and where the Logan silverware was cast, and all the other unimportant things she felt gave her control over her life." Laura said something that she'd only recently realized was the truth. "My mother was as much a victim of my father as the rest of us. She was an adult. She wasn't raised to be an adult. She was raised to be a rich man's wife." Andy seemed to mull over the distinction. Laura thought she was finished asking questions, but then she said, "What did you say to Paula when she was dying?" Laura had dreaded being asked about Paula for so long that she needed a moment to prepare. "Why are you asking now? It's been over a month." Andy's shoulder went up in a shrug. Instead of going into one of her protracted silences, she said, "I wasn't sure you would tell me the truth." Laura didn't acknowledge the point, which she proved by saying, "It was a variation of what I told Nick, that I would see her in hell." "Really?" "Yes." Laura wasn't sure why her last words to Paula made it on a long list of pieces of herself that she still kept hidden from Andy. Perhaps she did not want to test the boundaries of her daughter's newfound moral ambiguity. Telling a crazy woman with a razor blade lodged in her throat, "Nick is never going to fuck you now," seemed jealous and petty. Which was probably why Laura had said it. She asked Andy, "Does what I did to Paula bother you?" Andy shrugged again. "She was a bad person. I mean, I guess you could break it down and say she was still a human being, and maybe there was another way to do it, but it's easy to say that when it's not your own life in danger." "Your life," Laura wanted to say, because she had known when she hid the razor blade inside her bandaged hand that she was going to kill Paula Evans for hurting her daughter. Andy asked, "Back in the prison, when you were walking away, why didn't you tell him about the earbuds? That everything he said in your ear was recorded like a final fuck you?" "I said what I needed to say," Laura told her, though with Nick, she was never sure of herself. It felt so good to say those things to his face. Now that she was away from him, she had doubts. The yo-yo snapping back again. Andy seemed content to end the conversation there. She turned on the radio. She scanned the stations. Laura asked, "Did you like the song I played?" "I guess. It's kind of old." Laura put her hand to her heart, wounded. "I'll learn something else. Name it. How about filthy? How about something that's actually music?" Andy rolled her eyes. She punched at the buttons on the tuner, likely searching for a sound that had the depth of cotton candy. "I'm sorry about your brother." Laura closed her eyes against the sudden tears. "You did right by him," Andy said. "You stood up for him. That took a lot." Laura found a tissue and dried her eyes. She still couldn't come to terms with what had happened. "I never left his side, even when we were negotiating the deal with the FBI." Andy stopped fiddling with the radio. Laura said, "Andrew died about 10 minutes after the plea agreement was signed. It was very peaceful. I was holding his hand. I got to say goodbye to him. Andy sniffed back tears. She had always been sensitive to Laura's moods. He stayed around long enough to make sure you were going to be okay. She stroked Andy's hair behind her ear again. That's what I like to think. Andy wiped her eyes. She left the radio alone as she drove down the near-empty interstate. She was clearly thinking about something, but just as clearly content to keep her thoughts to herself. Laura rested her head back against the seat. She watched the trees blur by. She tried to enjoy the comfortable silence. Not a night had gone by since Andy had returned home without Laura waking up in a cold sweat. She wasn't suffering post-traumatic stress or worrying about Andy's safety. She had been terrified of seeing Nick again. That the trick with the piano and the earbuds would not work. That he would not walk into the open trap. That she would walk blindly into one of his. She hated him too much. That was the problem. You didn't hate someone unless part of you still loved them. From the beginning, the two extremes had always been laced into their DNA. For 6 years, even while she loved him, part of Laura had hated Nick in that childish way that you hate something you can't control. He was headstrong and stupid and handsome, which gave him cover for a hell of a lot of mistakes he continually made. The same mistakes over and over again. Because why try new ones when the old ones worked so well in his favor? He was charming, too. That was the problem. He would charm her. He would make her furious, then he would charm her back again so that she did not know if Nick was the snake or if she was the snake and Nick was the handler. The yo-yo snapping back into the palm of his hand. So Nick sailed along on his charm. And his fury, and he hurt people, and he found new things that interested him more, and the old things were left broken in his wake. Jane had been one of those broken, discarded things. Nick had sent her away to Berlin because he was tired of her. At first she had enjoyed her freedom, but then she had panicked, that he might not want her back. She had begged and pleaded with him and done everything she could think of to get his attention. Then Oslo had happened. Then her father was dead, and Laura Juno was dead, and then, quite suddenly, Nick's charm had stopped working. A trolley car off the tracks. A train without a conductor. The mistakes could not be forgiven. And, eventually, the second same mistake would not be overlooked. And the third same mistake had dire consequences that had ended with Alexandra Maplecroft's life being taken. A death sentence being passed on Andrew, then, almost, resulted in the loss of another life. Her life in the farmhouse bathroom. Inexplicably, Laura had still loved him. Perhaps loved him even more. Nick had let her live. That was what she kept telling herself while she went mad inside of her jail cell. He had left Paula at the farmhouse to guard her. He had planned to come back for her, to take her to their much-dreamed-of little flat in Switzerland, a country that had no extradition treaty with the U.S., which had given her a delirious kind of hope. Andrew was dead, and Jasper was gone, and Laura had stared up at the jailhouse ceiling. Tears running down her face, her neck still throbbing, her bruises still healing, her belly swelling with his child. And desperately loved him. Clayton Morrow. Nicholas Harp. In her misery, she did not care. Why was she so stupid? How could she still love someone who had tried to destroy her? When Laura had been with Nick, and she was decidedly with him during his long fall from grace, they had raged against the system that had so irrevocably exploited Andrew, and Robert Juneau, and Paula Evans, and William Johnson, and Clara Bellamy, and all the other members who eventually comprised their little army. The group homes, the emergency departments, the loony bin, the mental hospital, the squalor, the staff who neglected their patients, the orderlies who ratcheted tight the straitjackets, the nurses who looked the other way, the doctors who doled out the pills, the urine on the floor, the feces on the walls, the inmates, the fellow prisoners, taunting, wanting, beating, biting. The spark of rage, not the injustice, was what had excited Nick the most. The novelty of a new cause, the chance to annihilate, the dangerous game, the threat of violence, the promise of fame, their names in lights, their righteous deeds on the tongues of schoolchildren who were taught the lessons of change. A penny, a nickel, a dime, a quarter, a dollar bill. In the end, their deeds became part of the public record, but not in the way Nick had promised. Jane Queller's sworn testimony laid out the plans from concept to demise, the training, the rehearsals, the drills. Jane had forgotten who'd first had the idea, but as with everything else, the plan had spread from Nick to all of them, a raging wildfire that would, in the end, consume every single one of their lives. What Jane had kept hidden, the one sin that she could never confess to, was that she had ignited that first spark. Dye packs. That was what they had all agreed would be in the paper bag. This was the Oslo plan, that Martin Queller would be stained with the proverbial blood of his victims on the world stage. Paula's cell had infiltrated the manufacturer outside of Chicago. Nick had given the packs to Jane when she had arrived in Oslo. As soon as he was gone, Jane had thrown them into the trash. It had all started with a joke. Not a joke on Jane's part, but a joke made by Laura Juneau. Andrew had relayed it in one of his coded letters to Berlin. Poor Laura told me that she would just as soon find a gun in the bag as a dye pack. She has a recurring fantasy of killing father with a revolver like the one her husband used to murder their children, then turning the gun on herself. No one, not even Andrew, had known that Jane had decided to take the joke seriously. She'd bought the revolver off a German biker in the dive bar. The same dive bar that Nick had sent her to when she'd first arrived in Berlin. The one where Jane was afraid that she would be gang-raped. The one that she had stayed at for exactly 1 hour because Nick had told her he would know if she left a minute sooner. For over a week, Jane had left the gun on the counter of her studio apartment, hoping it would be stolen. She had decided not to take it to Oslo, and then she had taken it to Oslo. She had decided to leave it in her hotel room, and then she had taken it from her room. And then she was carrying it in a brown paper bag to the ladies' room, and then she was taping it behind the toilet tank like a scene from The Godfather. And then she was sitting on the front row, watching her father pontificate on stage, praying to God that Laura Juneau would not follow through on her fantasy, and also praying that she would. Nick had always been drawn to new and exciting things. Nothing bored him more than the predictable. Jane had hated her father, but she had been motivated by much more than vengeance. She was desperate to have Nick's attention, to prove that she belonged by his side. She had desperately hoped that the violent shock of helping Laura Juneau commit murder would make Nick love her again. And it had worked. But then it hadn't. And Jane was crushed by guilt. But then Nick had talked her out of it, and Jane persuaded herself that it all would have happened the same way without the gun. But then she wondered. Which was the typical pattern of their 6 years together. The push and pull, the vortex, the yo-yo. the roller coaster. She worshipped him. She despised him. He was her weakness. He was her destroyer. Her ultimate all or none. There were so many ways to describe that tiny piece of herself that Nick could always nudge into insanity. Laura had only ever been able to pull herself back for the sake of other people. First for Andrew, then for Andrea. That was the real reason she had gone to the prison today. Not to punish Nick, but to push him away, to keep him locked up so that she could be free. Laura had always believed, vehemently, with great conviction, that the only way to change the world was to destroy it. This concludes the reading of Pieces of Her by Karin Slaughter. Copyright 2018 by Karin Slaughter. This book was read by Kathleen Early. This unabridged recording was produced in 2018 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.